Command Center access granted. Welcome to the Command Center, Captain. Engaging forward control panel.
Barely made it.
Hello, hello. Welcome aboard, everybody. Let me mute that. So, okay. Welcome aboard the Jupiter 3. And for extra points for anybody who knows what that is from. And more extra points for anybody who can give me some ship names that we can start
An anomaly
using.
has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Boom. Advanced audio.
Assessment of potential threat
Right.
complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
I hear an echo.
An officer has arrived in Command Center.
Welcome aboard, Abomination. Apologies if I'm talking over anybody. I can't hear a thing. I have to go through and reset all my audio sources again. Let me get these guys up on the screen. Joining me, as always, for our Game Jelly Night. We have got over here to my right. Let's add Sir James, or Sir Ludum. And let's see, over here to his right. Let's add in Sir Travis. Boom.
Hello.
There we go.
How's it going?
And I'm going to try to get some audio on so I can hear what in the world is going on.
Wait, so Ludum's Gabriel?
Gabriel.
Your name tag is Gabriel.
Oh. Let me fix
everyone, I'm
that.
Gabriel.
Who's that? Was that from yesterday? I'm just kidding.
From last week, yeah. Send stream overlays. Guest.
I'll be right back, you guys.
See, that's why I get all confused about the introduction on the name. It's
Why?
because it says Gabriel, the wrong name up there. So
Who's that? It's Gabriel.
I could be Gabriel tonight. That's okay.
Gabriel was my
Nice
guest
name.
last Saturday.
It's a cool name.
All right. It should be
Grabbing my
fixed.
drink really quick. Okay, I am ready to rumble. RumBALL.
All right. Let's see. I gotta fix
Alright, I'll be right back
all
again.
this stuff. Okay.
It's a little warm here.
Let me get. My goodness.
How's everyone doing? What's everyone up to? Happy Friday.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Set up, it's amazing. I don't know why I've never done that.
Yeah, I don't know why it was.
Assessment of potential threat complete.
Well,
Danger is minimal.
I think I was just being
Returning
lazy
to
and like,
condition
I have to
status blue.
disconnect it and connect it each time for my brother to use because he likes to game. So we have the computers next to each other. I'm like, all right, okay,
Good investment.
not too bad.
I would be lost without another monitor.
I know. I have 3. I can't even imagine going down to 2 at this point.
I think 3 would be nice.
It is nice. You gotta try it.
We missed you last week. Ludum.
Miss you guys too. Even
For
though I was
sure,
here, I
for
still miss
sure.
you guys.
Oh yeah, that's right. you were here, but you were you were here.
I was.
Yeah, and hopefully Attack the Dawn can join us again soon.
Hopefully soon. She's chugging away hard at prophecy.
Very cool.
killing it, which has been really cool to see.
Nice. Very exciting.
It is. It's stressful, but exciting.
All right. Let me get. Oh, yeah. Get that. Apologize for this delay. Trying to get all my audio sources reset so I can hear what's going on. Speaking of,
Doing well, thank you, Volley
There
Nation.
we go.
Doing well, just hanging out.
I am hearing myself. I don't know if it's guessing maybe coming from your monitor, Travis. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's the same setup as before, so.
Okay.
I do hear an echo.
I have you muted in the other screen.
Okay.
I can unmute, and then you can hear the difference.
Let's see. Do want to welcome in anybody who is joining us here on the Twitch side or on the YouTube side. Thanks for coming along for the ride. Definitely hearing myself in somebody's audio. Let me see whose mic's moving when I'm talking.
Oh, I think I know what it was last time. Let me see if I can change my microphone.
Yeah, it's definitely coming from your mic there, Travis.
My microphone should be
picking up me.
Testing 2, 3.
Boom. All right. Hello.
Okay, is
Yep,
that better?
Yeah, I think that did.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess my microphone setting was I guess connected to my camera's microphone. So my bad for that.
No
I was
worries.
hooked up to my mic here.
Cranked it up a bit. All right, we should be good. I feel like I'm hearing myself again, but I don't know.
What? You're hearing yourself again? Okay. Well, maybe it's Ludum. It's Ludum's
Is
fault.
that possible?
No.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay, well,
I mean, how
I'll
are
just
you hearing? How are you hearing me, Travis?
like I normally hear you from the Twitch invite you gave me.
Right, but you've got a speaker or something on in order to hear it because you're not wearing headphones, so your mic is picking it up. Is all. Yeah.
Well, it's at the same gain as before.
Well, I am coming through. I am coming through a lot louder than before because somebody was complaining that my mic was too low.
Who could that be?
So I did crank it up.
I could turn you down. You're at 150, so I'll put you at 100.
Anyway, let me rearrange these screens on here so that we can get your work up on screen.
Okay, I lowered your
Travis.
volume. Do you still hear yourself?
A little bit.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my mic.
That's good. So better.
All right, let's try moving.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my mic. Is it better?
Shift things around. What's that?
I'm going to turn off my mic and see if it's better.
I don't hear it. Does anybody else
I don't hear
it
it either.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. Yep.
I think we found the culprit.
Okay.
Colonel Mustard in the dining room.
Log off and then log back on again?
I don't think that'll do anything. I mean, it's just a matter of your microphone is picking up the speaker that you're playing the audio from. I imagine that's what it sounds like. So you'd either have to turn down your audio level from the speaker that you're playing, or
Well, your volume is very low, so I don't know what's going on. Here, I'll just log back on.
Sure. All right. It gives me a chance to move some things around on screen. Let's go.
Okay, is this better? I don't know.
And then we're going to put control center. Let's add Ludum.
Okay, is this better or is it the same?
I mean, it's going to be fine. It's like I can hear myself in your background when I'm talking. We can hear
It's very
whatever's
light, though.
playing. Yeah, it's quiet, but we hear it in the background of your room. Let's see there, and then let's go
Camera, microphone.
two, and we'll move Travis over there, and then we'll go to this screen,
Well,
and we'll add Travis's screen there next to him. There we go. Bingo. All right. Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, what music do I want to listen to tonight?
Bum, bum, bum. See, desktop 2, view screen.
Nameplates. Okay, well.
All right, here we go. I still got to finish resetting these audio sources. Bum, bum, bum. Well, how are you guys doing? Oh.
I'm pretty good.
Doing well.
Oof. Okay, pull that down. Good.
I can't access my other monitor.
Oh no.
It's like I can't move to that screen.
Gimme!
Welcome in.
Hey, Kimmy. How's it going?
Let's see. I don't know where I left off.
Well, before we all get started, you know what time it is.
An officer has arrived in command center. Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom, 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 boom. Water, water. What can
Hydrate.
you do with water?
Oh,
You
really?
need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you
Cheers.
wear.
An anomaly has been detected
Aye.
within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
All right. Thank you for the
Assessment
hydrate.
of potential threat complete. Danger is
Thank
minimal.
you.
Returning to condition status blue.
All And welcome in, folks. Appreciate you guys joining us along for the ride here. Let's see.
What's on the agenda tonight?
It's a good question. Desktop audio. Aha.
And yes, what did you name the ship today?
Jupiter 3. So does anyone have any knowledge of what that's a reference to? Jason. A planet? No, there's a more specific sci-fi ship reference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't
Well,
ring a bell to me.
Well, probably, sure. The Jupiter 2 was the name of the spaceship
not
that
sure.
the family in Lost in Space took.
Ah,
Oh,
And so I just went from Jupiter 2 to Jupiter 3.
all right on.
There you go.
I watched the remake of it. It was pretty good.
oh, there's a remake.
Man, Travis, your mic is is it just on my end or is it for everybody? Like, it's peaking really bad.
You hear?
Let's see.
It is really loud. I turned them down on the.
That's so weird because.
Yeah, I'm gonna bump him down on this end and see. I just don't want to.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn off my microphone.
Okay.
Why? How are you
But
gonna
then we're
talk
not-
to us?
Right? We're not gonna hear him at all. My
An anomaly
echo
has been
stopped,
detected
though.
within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Boom. All right.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
All right. Well, welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you for joining us as we dive into our Game Jelly Night. Working on this project, trying to work through some audio issues. So apologies for that. I guess that's pretty normal for us, right?
Yeah.
It does help not hearing myself in that echo, though. So it's a little easier to talk. All right. Hope everyone is doing well. Feel free to engage any of us in the chat if you've got a question on what any individual is working on or the game overall as a project or whatever it might be. Ask your questions, throw in your comments. We appreciate everybody being along for the ride and engaging. What are we doing? We're working on developing this game called Royal RumBALL, which was named by our viewership and all of us through a process one night when we were working, which was fun. And basically, it is an RPG setting game that combines or crosses marble racing with pinball with Mario Kart. And we're trying to create this cool environment and unique game that you can play on stream. So as a Twitch channel viewer and subscriber, you'll be able to jump in, participate in the game, play anytime. You know, that's our goal that we're working towards as we build this thing out. My name is Vale with Golden Character, and I am doing the coding and some of the assembly here in Unity. and I'll let these guys introduce themselves. Whoever wants to go next.
Not it.
Not. I guess that's you, Travis. You're muted, I think.
Right. I did the
Okay.
no-goes, so I don't know if you guys caught that. So who I'm supposed to
Oh,
I
go
did it
with.
before you did.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well. Hi, I'm Travis. I'm the music composer for this project, and I'm working on the fourth section of the music, kind of returning back to the main theme. But once we get more of the video game, I could sync up the music to picture a little better. So I might have to expand a few things here and there. But for the most part, just kind of expanding the music, returning back to the main theme. And then after that, probably going to work on maybe like an enemy boss kind of like battle combat music. So
sweet.
thank you.
Sounds awesome, Travis. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe we should kind of cater our environment to what you have as well. That way you don't have to adjust it so much. I know last week we had the
Yeah.
environment looking rather kind of grim and dark, which is partially my fault because I just naturally go into dark, grim environments, being a horror developer at heart. But I think that we could kind of balance it out to where you don't have to change too much, you know. But I guess that's something to kind of focus on, I suppose, as we move forward, right? You need to take what you have made so far into consideration, and be like, okay, how could we match our environment to what you've created as well?
Yeah, agreed. I think we can. We don't need to like totally change what we got going. We'll work on kind of combining them and making them work together, and we can modify on this end just as well as you can. So yeah. Maybe even easier depending on what it is.
Right.
Well, yeah, I would agree. The lighting definitely changes the mood. So I don't think some of my music's fitting, actually. Like I would have to like start from scratch again or start a section over
We can't
again.
have that. No, not at all.
No, you don't need
But
to do that.
like
So
the lighting was more so kind of a test as well. It's just like because I'm learning Unity as well, so I have to go in and how does fog work in Unity? How does the lighting work? I'm trying to learn that as well. So that just as a default played into that grim, darker style, which is easily adjustable, of course. So I don't think it'd be cool for you to have to go and adjust everything, just to match something that I was playing around with. Not at all.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree. I think, we can brighten it up a little bit. It doesn't have to be quite so dreary looking.
Yeah.
It's kind of
yeah, it kind of looks like looks like dark fantasy. I'm like, wow.
yeah.
I don't think my music's
Again, my
working
fault.
out too well for that.
that's Ludum's natural, go-to.
It really is. Yeah, it
Yeah.
really is. Every game I've made so far is a dark fantasy.
Yeah.
Did we talk about the style of the game earlier? Like, did I miss something?
No,
No.
Okay.
we changed the lighting environment last week. We upgraded
Right. Yeah.
everything graphics wise into the HDRP. And
Yeah, it looks
so
great.
he just wanted to test it and see. And so, of course, he just went with his instinct, which was this kind
Yeah.
of darky, foggy, which is very cool looking. But I think we can, we can lighten it up a bit.
I mean,
We
I mean
will.
that's something we could definitely do maybe down the road where maybe it's like level 3 or I don't know, like level 5, level 6 and maybe the story does go darker. And
For sure.
I don't know. So like that would be interesting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Should we? One of the things that I was going to work on, I'm going to have to take some notes. I did learn this week how to override with Cinemachine so that I can set um, different timings for each different camera transition. So if I want to go from a certain camera to another camera, I can have it go faster or longer, slower transition than the default and all that. So I figured out how to do that. So I may make some adjustments to our cameras. But I guess what I was going to say is, should we do a run to kind of see where we're at and let everybody see what it's looking like so far?
For sure.
Faux show?
Let's do it.
That's funny.
Something that could really help, like the intro part, like instead of having like the torches there, as we had talked about before,
Mm-hmm.
having like waving banners.
Yeah,
It's almost kind
yeah,
of like a start to a race, right? So
yeah,
since Travis has that lively like
yeah.
style, we can have that like beginning race vibe of having banners instead of like the torches and stuff.
Agreed. I like that idea. I think we could definitely do that. Um, for sure. Yes, we can wait for the ad break to finish before we start it. We'll definitely wait till we're back from ad break. Let everybody get in. Oh man, my camera is dark. So is Travis's. Those are so dark. I don't know if we're just like close up right on the. I don't know what's going on there. We'll figure it out, but.
Shadows.
Boom.
Yeah. Maybe if
All
we tone
right.
down the shadows a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check on a few things. If we change the lighting altogether, brighten everything up, it's going to have an impact right off the bat. So there's a few things we need to do. We really haven't done anything with lighting yet, to be honest. All we really did
Yeah.
is the settings that you put to kind of test our new HDRP, which is cool. All right, we are
Unbroke
back
it.
from break now. If there's anybody else who would like to join our test run, just type in on the Twitch side. Sorry, if you type it in on YouTube, it's not going to get you to join. You'd have to be on Twitch, but just type RR join and you'll be able to join this little run. And we'll see where we're at so far.
I forget we're on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah, on YouTube now as well, live. That way I don't have to upload them to YouTube. They're already there. And if anybody happens to stumble upon us, I feel bad though last week because somebody popped in and tried to talk to us and I didn't notice. And so, yeah,
Oh no.
yeah, I was bummed. But all right. Cool, cool, cool. Eating cheesecake and building my first Lego set. That was pretty awesome. But you did
What's
go
the
back
Lego
and
set?
watch it. That's awesome that you went back and watched it. I'm honored that you would give it the time. That is sweet. All right, let's do an official start. Who wants to give us? Who wants to get us started? We just need an RR start. There we go.
Who's stuck on that shield?
An anomaly has been
that
detected
me?
within range of our scanners. Collecting data
Well,
now to
I'm killing it with
determine
the points
potential
though, so you know.
threats.
Yeah, you got stuck
Okay.
behind it, and so you were just like clobbering it. There's a few
Assessment of
issues with
potential
that.
threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Damn, Travis is killing it now.
Right.
Still racking up those points.
All right. So it's interesting. Yeah, those individual cameras got super dark. I didn't remember that being an
Yeah.
issue last week.
I think I'm
but-
still stuck behind the shield, right?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so.
I
Man, look
think
at all
you
those
are.
points. Damn. Wow, I'm killing it. I'm ready to defeat the enemy boss. So exciting. So exciting. My balls
Hacks.
to the wall. Yes.
All
Definitely.
right.
I'm having
Well,
so much fun.
we've got a few problems for sure. But all right. Well, anyway, that's a sneak peek at where we're at. We got some issues. All right. I was working on this concept. So right here, I don't know if it's going to work, but I was trying to mess with this concept. If you can see the ball here, it's a little bit different. It's a different model than the one that we built. And I tried to just attach the existing material to this model. And it kind of works and it kind of doesn't. But joke's on you. I was going for the least amount of points. But the reasoning behind this is I picked up this package that has this model with a whole bunch of like built-in effects that I thought would be super cool to implement when it hits the shield, like basically when you're getting points, to do this effect on it where you're getting, it sort of, lights up and looks really cool. But we may have to build our own shader. Otherwise, we may have to recreate our materials to look good on these models because I don't know that this one really quite works. So I don't know. I don't know what you think. Let me see if there's a way I can sample this effect that I was going for. Because that's the real, like, let's see. I think it has to be in play mode though. I might have to load up my test. Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just like, I feel like I was talking to myself. All right. Let's see. I mean, which is pretty normal, but let's see. Shader testing. Did I even do it? I don't think I was making it in this shader testing one though. Dang. Maybe I did. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm gonna open this up. Let's see. I'll show you this effect that it's pretty cool. But I don't know if it's worth changing the models out or not for.
But why do you have to change the model out?
Because the effect is very much dependent upon this specific structure, I believe. You'll realize why when you see it go.
Okay.
It's pretty like it's a pretty intense little effect. It's not subtle. It's pretty awesome. But let's see. Sphere. Game. Play. did I do?
No! It can't be. What is it? It can't be. What did you do, Ray?
Let's see. Okay, that just looks awful. This isn't even... I don't think this is even the right shader. Can't imagine it is. I probably opened the wrong package. I think this is one I was experimenting in. Let's see. Yeah, this isn't working at all. All right, well, I don't know. Forget this thing. I could, let's see. Did I import it into this project? Assets, imports. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. That's about another joke. Go for it. Let's see. What do you say if you lose 25% of your roof? Oof.
Oof. I love that one. I'm gonna. Where's Flower at? Babe.
Let's see. It's pretty funny that you got him to leave to go share that. That's pretty funny. Shapes. Scene. Here we go. Let's do this. Save. Game. I've been writing jokes in my Apple Notes since I had an iCloud account. There's an ungodly amount of humor over here, guys. Awesome. Share whatever you'd like. Good stuff. All right, where's our spheres? I'm going to find the one that I want to use that I was thinking would be cool.
She was not amused.
No.
No.
Okay. Okay. So this green one right here, this effect is the one that I was considering us using for like just when you're collecting points, right? I'm going to play it, okay? If you watch the main screen. Okay, so that green effect. And then the red one here, I'm thinking would be cool for when you're taking hits. Let me go back and, how do I rewind this thing? I probably got to stop it and start it all over. Stop. I was thinking, the red one would be really cool for like when we're taking damage, and the green one would be cool for when you're getting points, but we may just have to create our own, like I said, because you can see why you need, with these effects the way they are, you can see why you kind of need this model.
Yeah.
Okay, so here comes the red. The red one will be first. That's what I was thinking for the damage. And then right after that is the green one. Here you go. Here's this red. And then the green. Yeah. But anyhow.
I see what you mean. Those are pretty cool, though.
They are pretty cool. But, we don't need to force it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I was trying to do some testing with it to see, what it would look like. And I wasn't too thrilled with the results in terms of having to use a completely different model and trying to make the materials that we made work on
An
those
anomaly has been
models.
detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Boom. Not so
Worth a
good,
shot, though.
really.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Boom, boom, boom. Well, welcome in, everybody. Thanks for joining us as we work on our Game Jelly project. All right, let's see.
Game Jelly.
It's so quiet without the music going.
I know, right?
Right? It's tough because
Travis is just hiding in the corner.
we either get music or we get or the feedback.
Hey guys.
Hey.
There he is.
What's up? What did I miss? Did I miss anything?
Mizzy buddy.
Miss too. You still hear the echo?
Yeah, when the mic is on, I hear myself
okay.
talking behind you.
Okay, well.
Is it?
What if I mute your microphone or mute your volume on my side? Would you still be able to hear yourself?
I mean, I'm not going to hear any. I'm not going to hear any feedback, but you're not going to be able to hear me, right? Because that solved it.
I don't know what you said. I just muted
exactly.
Your
like.
While I'm over here, I'm like, that actually might work. No.
I don't know. Did anything happen?
Well, it worked great, except for you can't hear anything that I say.
Yeah,
that's true.
Might have to talk you into using headphones one of these days.
I have headphones.
I mean, if you patch your audio on the headphones, your mic's not going to pick it up.
Okay, well, I'll try it out. So I thought.
I mean, that's why I'm using headphones.
Yeah, that's why I use headphones too.
I don't think it works.
Actually, I don't even have speakers hooked up to my computer. I guess technically I have one in my chair. My chair has a speaker, but I never use it.
Okay, I have the microphone. Is that better? Sorry, headphones.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me?
Test.
Did it fix it?
Sounds like it.
Problem.
As long as you can hear us.
Huh. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
You know what that calls for?
That's weird.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom,
Let's
boom,
see.
boom. Water, water. What can you
Hydrate.
do with water? You
Already?
need water
Okay.
for the dishes, water for your hair,
never drink too
water for the fishes, and
Well,
water
actually, I
for
guess
the
you could.
clothes that you wear. Boom, 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 boom.
Boom. Thank you for the hydrate there. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers.
Someone's got to keep us hydrated.
Cheers.
Yep. Cheers, everybody. All right. Let me load up the main scene again. Scenes. There we go. Main. Don't save. There we go. Okay. And then let's drag castle track and lobby and marketplace in here. Go back to scene. There we go. All right.
Wait,
Groovy.
you guys still won't be able to hear my music, right?
No, we won't be able to hear your music. Unless it comes through on your screen share audio, which I
Okay.
don't know that it does. I don't know if it would or not, but depends
Is there a way
which
for me
screen
to
you're
enable
sharing.
that?
I mean, it's enabled. I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Bum. Let's see. Guest.
I stopped
Where
sharing
is the
my
screen
screen.
Oh, well, that doesn't work at all.
There was a way for me to also share tab audio. Not the tab. Entire screen? Oh, maybe it's the entire screen that I need to share.
I would
Wow.
think it would be the program window that you're using, but I don't know.
Yeah, so I did that.
It might work if you do
To
the
share
whole
audio,
screen,
share,
because then it
tab,
might pick up your desktop audio. I don't know.
share tab or screen instead.
All right. Welcome everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Still sorting out these issues. Kimmy Kish is posting jokes.
Good ones, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Why do chickens only make one sound? Because they can't think outside the box. Wow.
That's a good one.
What's that, babe?
Horrific.
That's
Like a box of chicken.
no box. Bok.
Oh, box.
I'm not laughing at her, okay? Don't tell her. Don't tell her I'm laughing at her. Oh boy.
Yeah, I repeated it. I clarified. She got it. Then she didn't get it the first time. All right. Where are we at? She's on board now. Speaking of being on board, thanks to everybody for coming on board our vessel as we, go on this new adventure. All right. I feel like I got some work to do on this thing. I've been dealing with audio issues and all kinds of other stuffs.
So I did update the swizzle stick A little
Sources.
bit.
Uh-oh. Did you pull first? I hope.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Cool.
I did update to where there's a little bit more of a lip that kind of hopefully will force the marbles like down and forward, not so much up.
Okay.
A little bit. Adjusted the texture. You know, we will deal with that later. I think the physics is something that I'm kind of more concerned about right now. So I did adjust that. And I will leave it as is for now. Actually, do I have to adjust the... No, I think we're good. So I'm going to leave that as is, and I'm going to push that now.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go work on the
Ooh, baby.
stalls, because that area is way too big.
Okay. Yeah.
Push it real good.
Cool. Sounds good.
I just wanted to put in a different model to test that out really quick.
Oh, okay. I just assumed you'd scale them down and use the same model.
No, I meant the swizzle stick.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. That way we can test it through this session and see how it changes, if at all. If
Yeah.
not, we can make more adjustments.
Sounds good. All right. Speaking of, I want to change the...
I'm pretty sure Mozart is far from decomposing at this point. But I get the joke,
What?
though.
Oh, that was... Oh,
Music joke.
got it. Yeah, I
Didn't mean
see.
to ruin it. Sorry.
No,
Oh.
I got it.
It was for me. Sorry, this joke was for me. Oh, Bach, yeah. I'll be Bach, right? Nice. Yeah. What is Mozart doing right now? He's decomposing. He sure is.
We might have to put that joke on the Bach burner.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
Don't chicken out.
All right. Let's see. What am I trying to do? Okay, I loaded in changes, so that's cool. I also want to go in here real quick and make an adjustment on our camera manager. I'm gonna add, where is, okay, in main managers, camera manager, our broadcast camera, we're going to add a custom blend. We have to create a new custom blend, and we'll put this in let's create a new folder called cameras
Nice joke, Kimi.
and save. Okay. There we go. And now we can create, so when we go from the starting line camera to the ramp center. We are going to change this to a ease in and out, and we're going to slow this delay quite a bit. Let's try like I don't know. Let's try somewhere around 8 seconds to start with. And then we're going to add, when we go from the bottom of the ramp into the back of bowl, we are going to go a little bit faster. I don't know. Let's start there, and I'll just start paying attention to each one.
You got latest? I pushed, by the way.
Yeah, I got it. Unless you pushed more than once.
Okay. I did not.
Okay.
Making sure.
I got diagnosed as colorblind. It came right out of the purple. I get it.
I don't get it. Is purple supposed to be pupil?
No.
Or
came out of the like
what?
it came out of the blue. Like
Yeah, it came out of the blue.
Yeah.
Came out of the purple.
Yeah, you know.
But what does that have to do with purple?
It's because they're colorblind, so they don't know it's
colorblind.
blue. It's purple instead of blue. It's just a lot of play on words.
Can colorblind people not see blue or purple?
You're trying to get too literal. You're trying really hard to get
I mean,
too
you should
literal.
know me by now. I'm pretty literal. I'm a literal person here.
So am I, but it's yeah. Right? He's
That's why
overthinking
dad
it.
jokes are awesome, because they're so simple and I don't have to overthink it.
So the saying is, you know, like it came right out of the blue, as in I wasn't expecting it. It was a
Right,
shock.
okay.
Okay.
Right,
But
I'm familiar
they're
with that, yeah.
colorblind, so instead of saying it came out of the blue, they say it came out of the purple. Like they
An
got,
anomaly has been
Is there
detected
something
within range of our
affiliated with
scanners.
the color blue
Collecting
with colorblind
data now
people?
to determine potential threats.
No, you're
Like, I'm trying to make sense of it now. but can colorblind
Assessment
people
of
not see
potential
blue?
threat complete.
Or can they
Danger
see
is
blue?
minimal.
Because then if
Returning
they
to
can't
condition
Oh my
status
gosh, slow
blue.
down.
I know I'm overthinking it, but now I'm
I
just
think
genuinely
they
curious.
see
now.
like shades of like different grays that they may associate with
I think
like,
there's
different colors.
I
But
think if
they
you're
would
gonna
look for,
get
like,
technical,
shapes.
there's all different types of color blindness, and people have
Yeah.
different levels and different things that they see or can't see. But yeah,
So then,
That's-
could you say any other color that's not purple?
you could say any color
Yeah.
you want, and the joke would be
Like,
the
yeah, it
exact
came
same.
right out of the
Yeah.
red.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anything-
All right.
anything
Again,
but
I thought
blue.
like it was something specific to purple. Was like, what is like? That's why I was like purple and pupil. It's an eye joke.
No.
You know. So
Oh my gosh.
you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're overthinking it.
Okay. All right. All right.
You're
Thank you
pulling
for
a veil right now. Liam.
Elaborate.
You're pulling a veil.
What does that
Thanks.
mean?
Just
What's
kidding.
pulling a veil? I'm not sure. I
Yeah.
know
What does that
is.
mean?
What is that?
I think last time, it was like a while ago, I said a couple things, and then you were trying to like, oh, does that mean this and that, and does he mean this and that, and I'm like, no, you're just overthinking it. Just kidding. It's a joke.
Thank you.
So how's your
That's a
your
good one.
work going? Because the P is
Good.
silent. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? Nice. Yeah,
What you
yeah.
eating
Pulling
over
a
there?
veil equals overthinking abomination.
I mean, I'll definitely, if that's what it is, I'll take that one. That's fitting. Overthinking something, that's definitely me. You can label that one that way if you want.
It's okay. I like to overthink things too. I wouldn't say I like to. I just genuinely do it. Sometimes I can't help it.
It's all good.
Vale should understand. Right? Speaking of Vale, what are you eating over there, man?
Oh, I got some junior mints. Junior mints.
Ah, nice.
What
Yeah.
in the
Same
grape
box.
nuts are you eating?
Nice.
All right. All right. Here's one for you guys. I didn't make
I was
this
just
one
gonna
up,
say food.
so I don't get credit for this one
Or the blame.
or the blame. But so if you're Russian going into the bathroom and when you come out you're Finnish, then what are you while you're in the bathroom? European.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Well, what if you're not peeing and doing something else?
Well, then the
What you
joke
call
doesn't
that one?
work.
You're,
We need to have a backup answer for that. Come
you're,
on.
I don't know.
That was
Indian guy you like.
no, that was from
Nice.
Chip Gaines. That was Chip Gaines that said that joke. So it wasn't even my joke. I borrowed it. But there you go. I credited the source. Chip
Holy crap,
Gaines
that joke is awesome.
from
Jimmy, for
what's the name of his show?
When I
Fixer
die, I
Fixer
want my
Upper.
ashes pressed into a record. It's my vinyl request.
I've had many people ask me if the funeral home I work for does
Jeez.
that. And that's the
Oh my
first time I've
gosh.
heard that as
Ooh.
a joke. That's awesome. I wish I had heard this joke because I would have, depending on the situation, maybe have
Was
said,
that
is that
his
their
vinyl
final
request?
Maybe don't use
be
it in that
surprised.
setting, right?
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of families out there who are in that jokey like mindset in that kind of moment. So
Really?
you know,
Wow.
if the situation fits, you know,
should just
everyone
do it.
handles grief differently.
All the time.
Yeah.
Ludum.
But we used to get that question all the time because some people want to be turned into vinyls and whatnot, or people want to be turned into paint, or other weird things.
Wow.
Right? Diamonds, trees, plants, cement, you know, stuff like that.
I want to be
I was
fed
trying
to
to
a
tell,
shark. Oh my gosh.
like,
abomination.
we had a room built upstairs above the above the crematory at the funeral home, and I was saying it would be really cool if we had the walls painted with ash from people who were unclaimed. That way, they're being used appropriately. But
Oh,
the owner of the company was like, "No, like, why would you do that?" And I was like, "That'd be really cool," you know. All
Oh
the other
my.
drivers thought it was a pretty cool idea.
Oh
know.
my.
Just paint the room, just with their ashes, and instead of just scattering them out in the middle of nowhere, put some use to them. But
I'm
whatever.
I'm with the owner on that one.
Like I tell my dad whenever he passes, if he goes to the cremation, I will turn him into paint, and I will paint my guitars with him. That way, every time I play an instrument, he can come to life.
Sure. I mean, will a guitar have the same sound if you paint it?
I mean, my guitars are painted right now, in a sense.
Yeah.
Anyways, I wish I had known that joke though. That would have been a good one. Limp Bizkit. Nice. That's a good one.
Oh boy.
Nice.
All right. Let's see.
Limb-
Where is
Limb Biscuit.
Let's see. We're gonna have to open this up a bit.
Wonder
Let's see how this
what
works.
is going on with that. That's weird. I don't know. Whatever. All right. Focus. Cancel track.
Oh
Where-
shoot.
Let's go to this one. I'm just gonna remove it.
Limp Bizkit. Now I know what I'm gonna listen to right now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, that's funny. All right, let's try going into.
Try to icing it. I love these.
Where did you add lobby track elements? Why can I not find? Oh, there. Is that it?
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
I'll be back.
Cool. Gimme, thank you. All right. Oh. Let's go out here. Let's look at this game manager. Where's the lobby? This doesn't work.
You've been a great entertainer, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kimmy.
Oh, that is working for me the way it's supposed to.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
All right. Let's see. Boom. If I miss the rest of the stream, I'd really love the support of my first ever YouTube stream last week. It's a live stream from We Are the Nerds. Really? You started streaming?
Really?
Nice. Boom, boom. I was inspired by my homies. You guys, I mean. Nice. Very cool for
That is
sure.
nice.
Yeah.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah. Post the link on the Discord channel. Feel free
That's
feel
awesome,
free to
right?
post. Yeah, feel free to post the link on the Discord channel if you'd like. You can drop it
Please
in there.
do. Holding out on us.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
Let's see.
That's super cool.
Torches. None of this stuff is even on. I think the problem is, let's save. Let's go to here, lighting, generate. I think that's the problem.
What level are you working in right now, Vale?
I removed that test ball from the track that I was working with, and I adjusted the timing on some cameras, and now I'm trying to regenerate the lighting so that it's got all the darkness to it.
So are you in Castle Track? Like, did you adjust anything in that?
Yeah, why are you working in there? I'm sorry, I thought you were in. Ah, shoot, my bad. We'll just keep your effects. I didn't do
think
anything.
I was in.
I didn't do anything significant. So if there's a conflict, just keep your stuff.
Okay.
Save.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I just I
If.
oh yeah, I adjusted the swizzle stick because it was a little too high up. So.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, we
I should have
both
asked
worked in
inquired.
Castle Track. I should have
That
said
was my
something
bad.
too. I haven't touched Marketplace, but yeah. All right, we'll keep your changes in Castle Track. That's no big deal. Let me push.
So did you just delete that ball or that one
Ye-
marble, the test marble?
Yes.
That's it?
And I turned off the volume that you added, and I regenerated lighting.
Which that wouldn't be in Castle Track, is it?
Yeah, your Castle Track has the Adaptive Pro volume, the Sky and Fog Global volume, and a box volume. You added all that stuff in there.
Oh, my bad.
No worries. But yeah, no biggie.
So then should I push now?
We should probably both
Get on the
push,
same
but
page.
we should keep your changes over mine.
Let's see here. I don't. It doesn't say I have Castle Track checked out though or adjusted.
Well, I'm pushing. I just pushed right now. So see if it shows. If it shows conflict, just keep yours. That's fine. And then you can push what you have, and I'll do the same. I'll keep yours. Bum, bum, bum. I also added, why is that light not working? If we go into, boom, boom. We go down to prefabs. Player prefabs, balls, those look good. But I think player. There's my light. Oh, I only have a light on this camera, not on this one. Nope, there's a light on this one too. What's up with that? What's up with that? I feel like stuff's getting all sorts of messed up. None of this stays where it's supposed to. Let's see. Camera's following the player. The player needs inspector. Alright, the ball needs to move freely. The follow point has the rotation constraint on it. And it's set to player transform. So, okay. Follow point. Now, is that the problem? Player, why is that off? 0, 0, 0. Why is the actual ball at -3? That doesn't make any sense. What if I change it to be a 0? Oh, yeah, I'm taking a risk. All right, and then the follow point, all this should be 0.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Boom.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Thank you, Jadzia, and welcome to anybody who has stumbled upon us as we
Welcome in.
Yeah, working together on our Royal RumBALL game. It's a mashup of pinball and Mario Kart and marble racing, all set in an RPG world. And yeah. We only work on it here on stream so that you guys can see it fully developed from start to finish. If you want to see any of our previous sessions, you can check out the YouTube side of things for previous, cameras. Is also at 0, 0, 0. Boom. Okay. Now, why is the rotation of the follow point all wackadoodle? Man, I'm taking a risk here, but I feel like we should be able to zero this all out. All right, the Y won't zero out. That's probably because of this rotation constraint. Let's turn off the rotation constraint, then zero it out. Now, let's get our axes in the right direction. Oh, man. Okay. This, and then what I want to do is actually change. This is 0, 0, 0. Now, this rotation should be 0, 0, 0. See, that already looks so much better. I don't understand why everything's not zeroed out. All right. Now,
All
this
right.
follow point.
I pushed.
Okay.
And I don't think I will be touching Castle Track.
All right.
Down to the market.
Let me update. I actually don't have any conflicts. That's crazy. Okay. That's worrisome. I hope that means... I mean, I was expecting a conflict. All right. So I'm going to go with 0, 0, 0. So then this follow point... we have to activate the rotation constraint. Boom. All right. All right, that's fine. Now, cameras is at the 0 point. And then our Cinemachine camera is not, because it's trying to use the Cinemachine follow, which is fine for now. All right. And it is tracking target is the follow point. That's great. All right. Now let's go to this spotlight and see. Now that we've rotated things around, let's try to fix all this stuff. So the heads-up display is totally jacked up, which it always has been. All right, heads-up display. Boom. Why we have this taken off in Z space, I don't know, but apparently it was right. Okay, there it is. Okay. Now, why is it... All right, change this to a 0. And it changed automatically back to a 180. That's awesome. All right, turn off this look at constraint. Change this back to 0. There we go. So many issues. Okay, rotation. This should be a 0. Boom. Okay, and now if we add the look at constraint, we've got it set to be the Cinemachine camera. We don't want to constrain it to the camera, do we? What we want to do is have it look at. But I guess that is what it's saying. We'll try it. Cinemachine camera. So we'll hit the activate, and then we'll turn on the look at, and it flips at 180. Because we're looking at it from the close-up camera. Is that the issue? Interesting. All right, what's going on with this spotlight? This is wrong somehow. Alt. I think we have it from the wrong side. Basically, we're backlighting it somehow. So let's do, where is this camera? See, that's what doesn't make any sense. This camera should be the one that the sign is facing, and it's flipping on in the opposite direction for some stupid reason. But it might not be working when we're not in play mode. And then the spotlight. Seems like it should be okay. What if we... Okay, let's fix this. Y and X. Why? I don't know. What about this camera? This camera is there. It's just looking at it from all sorts of wrong. Can I see? I don't think I can because it's not in play. Spotlight. The question is, are the ones that are in our scene following all the rules? Player prefab, ball, cameras. Everything's blue, so everything looks like it's using the prefab. But how do I know something didn't get overridden? The position, okay. That's to be expected. I'm totally just talking to myself here. You guys are so quiet.
What? What's going on?
What? Huh?
Huh? What? What's purple?
Yes.
What?
Nice. Just yeah. Working.
Just
on
yeah.
Stuff.
I'm listening to my music, so I'm trying to check
Fair
the
enough.
levels, making sure nothing's too loud. Kind of just looking at the balance. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the section I said I was going to work on earlier. Okay, now I am.
That's development, though. Yeah, I'm gonna work on this, and then you have to wait like 2 weeks to get to that point. You're like, okay, yeah, I can work on it.
Mhm.
All right.
Are you working in Castle Track right now, Vale?
Negative. Do you
Maybe.
need in there?
Yeah, I need to make a couple changes really quick. Is that cool?
Yeah.
I'll be quick.
Bowl area obstacles. Okay. Where are all of our shields? Oh,
What?
Where's my
main.
piccolos?
Never mind. No, this is Castle Track. Where are all the shields, my dude?
All the shields are here, man.
Are they?
I see them.
Oh, I see it now. There's Bowl 1, and then there's a separate one above that's Bowl Arena. I see. Okay. That's confusing. Whew. Got it. Groovy.
Okay, I'm pushing right now. Okay, should be able to get latest. I just pulled out the walls on the initial track, or like the first ramp down, because it wasn't wide enough for all the marbles, and it was bugging me.
It is not coming through. I'm not seeing anything. You sure you pushed?
Oops. What did I do? Oh no! Panic. Yeah, I think so. How do we get out of this?
All right. I don't have anything new.
Nothing?
No. Maybe it's taking a minute. Slow connection or something.
Maybe.
Not sure.
Yeah, I have no pending changes as of right now.
Yeah, I don't either.
Still nothing?
No.
What? Okay, well, let's try this then. Why? What? What, cat? What? Why are you yelling at me? I'm busy. Don't yell at me right now. Oh, wait. There it goes. I think it updated. Now try it.
Yep. Got it now.
Yep.
Update. Reload. All right. Should we run a test and see where we're at with things?
Sure, yeah. That'd be cool.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right. Now it's running.
What? Stop yelling at me.
Is that attack? Attack!
It's still like I
Attack
don't know
the
why.
dog.
My spotlights don't work at all. I've got spotlights on this ball and they don't work. And I feel like I don't know. It's just so many issues. I don't know how to do this lighting. Let's see. Boom. Anybody else want to join this test run for the heck of it?
Does it show that I joined?
There's one at the bottom I can't read for some reason. That's weird.
Is that me?
It's like there's a.
I'll try again.
Let me try something here. Yeah, I'm guessing that's you at the bottom. I wouldn't let you join again. That's weird though. Like, what is going on?
What is going on?
I don't understand why it's cut off. It's like there's a little taskbar. Oh wait, I know why. I got it. I got it. Boom. There it is. Okay. Figured it out.
Ah, nice scale.
Yeah, I was zoomed. All right. Cool. Somebody do an RR start. Let's just see.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
All right. Thank you, Judsia. We're not worried about it right now.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Somebody
can't
want to
get to
give
my
us some?
keyboard right now.
Oh, okay. There we go. Boom. Okay, now this is interesting. The little name tag thing is working on two of them and not on others. That's weird. Sort of. Uh-oh, we crashed. Something got changed down in there. Let's see. Console. Null reference for the obstacle. On collision
obstacle?
enter. Scripts. Obstacle line 12. All right, that's not good. I didn't change anything on the script, so something that you swap maybe.
I did put in a different swizzle stick.
Oh, obstacle 12 ball test. Never mind. We deleted that ball, and now okay, that's the problem.
Mister, I didn't do anything. Pointing fingers and shiz. You're just like, I didn't do anything.
Guilty as charged. Whew. All right.
Got me feeling bad instantly. I was like, fuck, what did I do wrong?
I'm sorry.
Always
man.
Ludum's fault.
I'm so sorry. I deleted that. I didn't realize I had put anything on that ball to actually do testing with, but obviously I did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm used to that. All my previous projects where we would like bring on a programmer and I'd go and they had to have hated me after so long. It took me so long to be able to like work with a programmer, and I don't know. I'm kind of used to that kind of thing, so I was just kind of playing around.
All right, let's see.
They did help me grow as a developer, though, for sure. Like working with programmers and stuff.
Well, I apologize. That was totally my bad. All right, there we go.
It's all good.
Let's try this again.
It was funny.
It was kind of funny and kind of not. Oh,
I thought it was funny, so.
All right, boom. All right, I got to figure out why my lights aren't working. Who else wants to join in? We got Ludum. We got me. Travis, you want in on this? Abomination, you want in on this? Anyone else?
Yes.
Boom.
Joining.
Boom. Here we go. Anybody else around that wants to join? If not, somebody can give us a start. Sorry, turning on the audio. Somebody's stuck behind the shield again. Oh, it's Ludum again, of course. Every time.
What do you mean, of course?
My.
Travis is the one who was cheating hard last time.
Wow. Yeah, I gotta get behind that shield. That's where all the action's at.
Where did we go? We're way out there. How did that happen? There's some.
Huh.
There's
Those might
something.
not have collision, perhaps. I don't know. That's
Maybe.
kind of what I was working on last. So
Gotcha.
So wait,
Okay.
is the floor leaning in that direction or something?
Yeah, right? We all wound up over there rolling against the wall. That's funny. All right. Well, yeah, still plenty of issues. Okay. We got lots still trying to work on here.
That's cool.
All right.
Very cool. Very cool.
Let's see.
no mesh colliders. That's probably why.
Are you working in Castle Track or in Marketplace?
Marketplace right now.
All right, I'm gonna work in Castle Track.
Okay.
Okay.
I shouldn't need Castle Track for the rest of the night. I just think I'm good with that for now. I think the changes to the swizzle stick kind of helped too.
It looked like
They
it.
didn't seem to be shooting up very much.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
It looked like it. Okay. So there's that. So, so many things, little details. In here, I started working on these shields, and I think the ones that I moved function better. So I think I need to follow suit with the rest of these. Let's see if we go here. Or did I? This one.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
What if we... do we have... Where's the prefabs? Obstacle prefabs, shield obstacle. Here we go. I'm gonna try something.
So, yeah, guys, how's life?
What's what's happening? What's going on?
Good,
What's
good,
new in your
good.
guys' worlds?
New? For me, nothing's new. Same, moving forward on projects, which feels good.
Nice, nice. That's always a good feeling.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
it's
Very nice.
baby steps, but I mean, it does feel like I'm making progress every day. I guess I did a lot of
That's
work
good.
in the house over the last week. That would be probably kind of new. A lot of rearranging on the house. We basically changed up 3 rooms out of our 4.
Nice. Feng
Very cool.
shui.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
You know, that's always good. It's like a nice, refreshing vibe, you know? It's like
Yeah.
starting over in a new way, I guess. That's awesome. How about you, Travis? What's new in your life? How's teaching going?
It's going well. Yeah. Yeah, just kind of doing the same. I'm going to go backpacking next week.
Ooh, where at?
So, it's in Utah. It's like the northeast part of Utah. It's like I
Okay.
forget what it's called, the Wasatch something area. So yeah,
Is it gonna be
we're gonna go up
cooler up there?
there. What was that?
Is it cooler up there right now?
Yeah, I guess there's still a little bit of snow, so it might be a little muddy. I
Ooh.
think the lows are around the 40s, and the high might be like barely reaching the 70s. So it might
Sounds
be a little
lovely.
chilly over there. But yeah, it'll be fun. So,
Beats this 104 crap we're getting here.
oh yeah,
Sheesh.
yeah, definitely.
That's awesome though.
Yeah. What about you, Ludum?
Yeah, life's good. It's game work, and work.
Nice, nice,
You know, prophecy's coming along pretty well. Attack is killing it.
nice.
I can feel the stress, and hard work emanating from her. But it's good though. I'd say
Very
that
cool.
like a lot of it is story wise is complete. The level layout is kind of laid out. So just she's working on dialogue so we can get that
Nice.
recorded, and then I think we have most of the puzzles designed, which means I can go in and start building those, which is kind of neat. Building puzzles is fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. And yeah, actually next week we're going to Utah as well. We're going to St. George to go see
Oh, nice.
Little Mermaid at
Oh,
the amphitheater, I think.
very cool. Very cool.
That's fun. Yeah, life is tough but good.
Mm-hmm.
Not too shabby.
That's good.
Not bad at all. Aside from the heat. The heat is terrible.
Yeah, sure is.
Yep.
I was gonna say something, I forgot though. It's a cool shield.
It's the same shield. I'm doing an experiment. I added this post behind it that goes into the wall. I'm going to see if I can prevent that issue we're having of of the balls getting stuck behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go.
So kind of make it like it's coming out of the wall. I don't know. It's not necessarily the best, but it's mostly a test. We can change it up. We can put on different materials or do something different with it. But I've tried doing different stuff with the shields, like putting the shields inlaid into the wall, but they don't work with this shape because this little bowl thing is so curved that I cannot get a shield to set in here right. Like no matter how I do it, it just sort of doesn't work. I got it to work with like one, but then I tried another one and it was super janky. Like, let's see. Oh, I can't even get back in the room now. Come on. Here we go. Those are okay. Where's the one I did? This one. This is not even the right area. Shield obstacle. This one. That's the one I just added. This one. Yeah, so see like this one. This one looks pretty decent. I angled it into the wall like this, which I kind of like.
That's cool.
But when I tried to do it in other areas, it didn't quite work. Maybe because I sized them up. I sort of liked the bigger size. I tried experimenting with this a little bit, and you guys may have noticed that there's a few that are larger size.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the larger size, but they really don't fit inside this bowl. But maybe if I go back to this style and then with the cylinders too, that'll keep one from getting stuck behind it. Something like that could work.
Would you like a spring?
I don't know. Do you want a spring?
Instead of having like the cylinder, I could just like model a spring really quick. I don't know about animating it, but
I don't know. A spring sounds weird. Like, what other ideas do we have?
I guess the cylinder works.
I mean, no,
I was
I'm
thinking like, because
I'm
if it's gonna bounce,
yeah.
like if it bounces, like having a spring might appear to be a little more.
Well, it pushes
logical.
out, right? It sort of, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the cylinders, I think will work fine. I was just like oh, maybe a spring could work, but anyways.
Let me scale this one back down. 1, 1, 1.
Oh man, it was last week, a couple weeks ago. I was hanging out in a streamer's stream who was testing or playing our demo for Prophecy.
Oh yeah.
And it's kind of neat. Probably maybe a couple of week play it on stream. It's pretty cool. But people request kind of like the weirdest stuff sometimes.
Oh,
But
really?
this one streamer, I don't know if I met him at Level Up Expo or not. I think I did. But watching him like play our demo was really cool. But the one request that he had is that in in one of our bathrooms there's a toilet. The one request he had the entire demo was like, you need to make sure that I can flush the toilet. Right. And and I was like,
That's for a AAA
okay.
company to focus on.
Well, like,
but
why?
like that just
What's
kind of
the
shows like what kind of small details that people kind of pay attention to. You know,
right?
because like developing the game, it's like I wouldn't have even thought to add a flush interaction.
What?
You know, but like this one person was like, you need to have a flush animation. That'd be really cool. And I'm like, fuck.
Does the
That's actually
water
that's a
faucet
good
turn on?
fun detail. No. No,
What? You
didn't
can't
try
turn on the
that.
water? What about the doorbell? Is there a doorbell you can?
There is a doorbell, actually.
I'm just kidding.
There is a doorbell. You can ring the doorbell of the house. But like it just kind of shows like the small details that people could request.
Right.
You know? And I think he was being very genuine. Like he was enjoying the demo, but I think the request was like comical but actually pretty genuine. I was like, huh, okay, all right. So I told him, I was like, for you, buddy, I'll throw in that flush. You know. So I doomed myself. So now I have to throw in the functionality of flushing a toilet.
Now you got to deliver.
Yep. And I will deliver, damn it, because those small details is, you know, it was requested by someone to take the time. It's not that big of a feature. Why not? You know.
Can you add a piano in your game? Is there a piano in your game? A grand piano? Or an upright?
I could add a piano.
And I should be able to play every single key.
Jeez.
You know,
with animation.
You know what? You go and you stream our demo, and then at a certain point, you find a place to put the piano, and find, you know, be like, there needs to be a piano here that I can play.
Then if you press the certain keys in a certain order, it opens up a secret passageway behind the piano.
Now you're talking my language, all right? Now you're talking my language. All right, all right.
But to get the password, you have to go upstairs, and then in the nightstand, in the drawer, there's a little piece of paper with the code on it.
It's kind of funny you mentioned that because there's a Silent Hill 1 puzzle that is pretty much that exact puzzle where you're in a classroom. I don't know if you played Silent Hill 1, but there's a puzzle in a classroom, and there you have a piano, but there's only, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe like a scale that is available to be played, right? And only some of the keys work, but there's blood on some of them, and there's some that are clean. So you have the black keys and the white keys, and then there's a puzzle or like a poem on the chalkboard. I think it's on the chalkboard, and it tells you like how to solve the puzzle, cryptic, of course. And being the horror developer that we are, I was like, how could we be inspired by that puzzle? And now here you are, throw in a puzzle with a piano where you have to press the keys in a certain order.
Yeah.
Oh man. That'd be a lot of work. I could do it though.
It's
I could
okay.
do it.
Maybe
I do have
there's probably like
so
an
I could
asset.
record every
Right.
note and every interaction of every key to be set up. You know, I'm not going to tell you if I add it into the game. You're going to have to play it to find out.
Okay.
But I'm going to consider it. I will 100% consider putting that in there.
Okay.
I'm that developer. Because, I don't know. I think that's fun.
Yeah. I think that you should
do that kind of thing.
Yeah, add a couple of musical instruments.
I'm like trying to think of the timeline it would be for me to add that, because we want to release in October, so we don't have much time.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds cool, but the question is, what kind of ROI are you going to get on your time? Is it going to
Mhm.
add enough to the game to be worth that time investment?
If I make it a puzzle, it could actually bring the game to life in that moment, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
given
Ooh.
that a lot of horror games are based on puzzles, right? Like the puzzles that we have planned are, I think they're pretty neat. Of course, they're inspired by other horror games, which I think a lot of horror players will find those references and be like, hey, this is familiar. It's different, but familiar. And I think they'll appreciate that. So, pulling from that, especially since they just announced the Silent Hill 1 remake, it's like, that would be kind of neat. But again, it's like, could we do that in time? In time for what our planned release date is? So we're having a
An
full-time
anomaly
job
has
is the
been
worst
detected
thing
within
of
range of our
my
scanners.
life.
Collecting data now to determine potential
It
threats.
really is.
Well, at least you're getting money, right? Getting paid and
Assessment of potential threat
It's not even
complete.
worth it.
Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status
The money's
blue.
not even worth it, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm tempted to hit up my boss and be like, you know what? Instead of my next pay raise, how about you just let me work 4 days a week instead of paying me more? That sounds like a fair balance. You know, like don't pay me more. I don't need more money. I need more time. That's more important to me
Right.
because I have other shit to do.
can you do like 4 10-hour days?
No, it's 4 8s. I don't even want to do 10s. I don't have time for 10. Give me 4 8s. Give me 4 8s. No. I mean, I guess going 4 10s, I guess I wouldn't mind that. But no.
You-
No, because then I'd be working the same amount of hours and getting the same pay. That's not fair. So it's like, if you're going to pay me more, how about you just let me work 8 hours less at the same rate? I think that's fair, right? It's almost like a weird
Yeah, that
balance.
makes sense.
Even a part of me was like, how about you pay me a little less and you let me have another day off? That's how far I'm willing to go to give me more free time. You know,
I hear
that's how
you,
important
man.
my art time is to me. You know,
For sure. Get it.
and I think the biggest reason why I'm willing to try to fight for that is because my boss is technically my mom. So it's like, hey, hear me out, boss. So I don't know. I got projects to do. I have an artist to be.
Yeah. It's tough.
You know, it really is. Let's see.
We are so full of conversation tonight.
We're just in the zone, right? We're in the zone.
I mean, I was just chatting a whole bunch. I don't know about you guys.
I was enjoying listening.
Well, where's your
Me
input?
too,
Come
me
on.
too.
I mean, I'm not sure how to input. I definitely
That's
I
fair.
definitely hope it works out for you. I hope your request is successful and that you're able to get some more time and still, you know, be able to get the full benefit of the job for sure. Welcome in, Maz. Gotcha, lurking. Just
Thanks.
we're working on different elements of
Hi, Maz.
different elements of our game, Royal RumBALL. I am personally trying to shape up these obstacles to make them so that we don't keep getting stuck in them like we've been. So I'm trying out a new approach with the layout on these shield obstacles. And then, I don't know, you guys, you want to catch up where you're at? Anyone?
Oh, sorry.
Those guys.
Anyone?
Dang it.
Anyone?
Just working on the music. Working on this fourth part here. I have this organ. So organ, and then this full orchestra sound, which is nice. And then just adding a little bit more on top here with the piccolo. And then adding some flute. Yeah, that's it for me.
And I'm working on everything environment wise. So we got the little ball arena, like the bowl arena, where they fight for points and they drop down, and then they're gonna roll down into this little station where they dock into these stalls, get some kind of ability that they will get, however we design that. And then they go through this little tunnel, and then they go into this little town area, which I'm trying to think of a design that's downhill and kind of interesting, that leads to where the drawbridge area is. But I want this area to be kind of longer. I mean, the first part where the players just like roll down into the bowl, very short lived or whatnot. The bowl part's kind of short lived, so it's like I want this part to be a little longer, a little more tension building, if you will, before they reach the next arena, if you will. So that's kind of what I'm working on. Plus, these dark shadows are bothering me, so I'm also kind of looking online as to how to adjust these dark shadows, because that's not cool. Not to say that I'm going to change them now, but just to kind of learn about it. So that's what I'm doing.
Nice.
Let's see. The ball could perform a stuck check by making sure there's enough delta travel within a set amount of time. Is that just checking if the ball is moving or not? Is that what that kind of would be?
Yeah, I think that might be applicable, but I think what we're trying to do is eliminate places where they can actually get stuck, like ledges and you know, things like ledges and obstacles that have crevices or places that they can literally get wedged behind. Trying to avoid those types of things and avoid even the possibility of that, because that's a little different than just stopping moving a little bit, like losing momentum, getting stuck up on some ridiculous ledge, which has happened a couple of times.
And would something like that be done through like a tick element where it's like it's constantly checking if the object is moving?
Yeah, it might. That
So then if you have
might be a lot.
If you have 8 objects that are running that tick, wouldn't that be extremely inefficient if they're all running endlessly?
Well, you only have to run.
I'm not a programmer,
one.
I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it could handle it just fine, even if we have our 16 players. Where it's going to be a problem is if we do our unlimited run. I think we want to avoid having to do things like on update as much as possible, which is why we're doing things physics-based, because physics-based, you don't have to worry about running things every frame.
Yeah, I imagine you don't have to do it every tick, but every couple, every 5, every 10 seconds. I guess it would be less expensive that way.
Well, you'd do it a lot. You'd have to do it a lot more often than 5 to 10 seconds. You'd have to do it. Did you mean frames?
Oh, hold on a sec.
Yep. Yeah, and we might have to implement something like that. It's possible, but ideally, if we create these areas correctly, then we'll eliminate all the
An
possibilities.
anomaly has
for
been
that to
detected
happen.
within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Yeah. Yeah, we may have to resort to something like that at some point. See how it goes. If we can eliminate like literally where they're getting stuck behind these shields and just bouncing between the wall and the shield, even adding random force, wouldn't help that. It would probably just create that even more. I think eliminating the space behind the shields fixes it better. But I'll have to take it. Maybe, but you have to, is that what we want? Do we really want the balls just randomly popping out in different directions? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Ideally, I'd like to just eliminate these cubbies where they get stuck. That's my preference. Bum, bum. I'll try this one just like this. Yeah, all those are options.
Okay, I'm back. Hi. What I
Welcome
miss?
back.
What's Matt's talking about?
Just still options for getting things unstuck.
Ooh, yeah. That'd be cool.
Let's see. There we go.
Have like a little locky two, just come and pick the marble up and place it back in the space, or in the spot. Well, ultimately, like, try to prevent all of that, right?
The biggest stuck problem was behind these shields, but I think I've eliminated behind the shields. So I got two different approaches here. I want to test and see which one looks better. How they function, how they respond and interact. See which one we like. Sure, we can test it.
Incoming transmission from archived
We
footage.
definitely
Well, what is
need
ready?
to.
I was just gonna play it around.
Water, water.
Hydrate.
What can
Water
you do
time.
with water?
Hydrate.
You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes,
You too,
and
man.
water
Cheers.
for the clothes that you
Drink
wear.
something.
Boom, 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 boom.
All right. Thank you for the hydrate.
Thank you. Thanks, Ludum.
All right.
Cheers.
Thank
We
you both.
definitely
Thank you all
we
for
definitely
indulging
still
me
need
in
to
my
work.
need to hydrate.
Yeah. We definitely still need to work on this lighting, but because it's so dark. But let's see.
Which I think I found a fix for that. In the lighting tab under window. I'm not messing around with it, just because I don't know if it's checked out or not. Because it's under environment, right?
Yeah, we've got a couple different things mixed in there because I know you added a few also, but I think I turned all those off, but it still looks really dark, so I'm not sure. We need to add. I added spotlights to all of the players as well, and those aren't showing up, so I need to figure that out. I think it has to do with the rotation of the ball, but we'll see. There's some weird things going on where they're not all following the prefab, so I may have to reset all the player balls back to the prefab presets and then go in and change the unique elements for each player, like their location and camera texture and all that kind of stuff. Be a little bit of a pain, but right now there's a difference between some of the players, which I'm not loving. It's not working like it's supposed to because of that. But yeah, I mean, we could do a test run. It's not going to be great, but it'll. Every time I run it, I'm taking notes on a couple things to tweak. So, let's see. We go to game. Turn that on. Maximize.
So you testing it?
All right. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a run. Anybody who would like to join in, just throw RR join in the chat and you can jump in on this test run. Anyone else want to jump in? Oh, thank you. Let me throw this full screen. Boom. Anyone else want to join? All right. If not, then we can just get started. Go ahead, Travis. Do an RR start for us.
Ooh.
There's a floating cube right there.
Floating cube. Where am I?
I think the angled ones actually work better.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can kind of see them. I like the fact that they can't go behind them now. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Whoa.
Agreed. They're not getting stuck, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to work.
That
really
seemed to
well.
work out pretty good.
I don't know. Somehow, Phil, you got a lot of points. So.
Well, I mean, when you program it. Where are our balls? Oh, see, yeah, we still got the issue. Are you working on adding those colliders on those walls or whatever we need to do to keep them?
Yeah, the colliders are in there now.
Oh, because they went right through. Something went. I don't know. That was weird. But.
Yeah, the colliders are there now.
Oh, because I haven't pulled your version. That's why. Okay, got it. All right, cool. Cool.
There you go. Which I'm pushing right now, just so you know, you have it.
Okay, cool. Let me grab that. One new change set available. Update workspace. Boom. Still watching ads. Hope it was fun. Oh,
Yeah.
bummer. That was
I'm
sucked
watching ads
timing
too.
wise. Yeah.
Should we try again after?
It's up to y'all.
Let's do it.
So
We're
you
back.
think the
we're back from ads.
you think the
You guys
angled
back
ones
from
work better
ads?
too, Ludum? I mean, at least from
they
that
seem to work a
camera
lot
angle,
better. No one got
because you could see them, right? Yeah.
Okay, shall we try it again?
I think it all depends on the camera angle. If we bring a camera down to this level where we're looking at it and while they're bouncing around, then I think this version looks a little more interesting. But when you're looking at it from above, these angled ones into the wall look better. So it's all a matter of, I don't know, where we're going to have the camera focus from. If we're going to stick with that overhead shot, or if we're going to cut to some cameras that are on the players, or I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. We can run it again if you'd like.
I like the lighting, but I feel like it changes the color of the marbles quite significantly.
Oh yeah, the lighting.
So it's
needs
like I don't know which
ton-
color, I don't know which marble
Yeah,
I am.
the lighting needs a ton of help. And to answer Maz, to answer your question or to your comment, yeah, the crests, there's 12 because we have 12 different color combinations. So each crest is going to have one of the different color combinations, and that way, if you hit the one that matches your color, you actually get bonuses. So that's the intent behind that. We just haven't added that yet.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe I forgot.
All right, it's started now. You can join
Okay.
now. All right, feel free, join on in. Boom. All right. Anyone else? Maz, you want to join in? I don't know. He might not be at his keyboard. He was saying he was lurking. What about the brass poles sticking out of the wall with pennants hanging? Yeah, we're talking about putting some pennants
Working on
that
that.
opening instead of the torches. The torches are cool, but we may move those to a different area.
So I'm the gray one. Oh wait, Ludum's gray? Wait, how did you guys get there before me? Ooh, I got 1,000 points. Dang.
Maybe like a good like combat vibe for music would be kind of cool here. Like once they like once the first person traverses that initial trigger, maybe we could blend the like the combat music and then once like the door opens, we blend out to the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Add
Yeah,
a
I
little
like that.
intensity.
Yep. Agreed. I think that would be cool. I think it's these side walls right here. Oh, you added them though, you said. Okay, yeah. See, now the balls are going down that way. All right. So we just have to add, and then we got to add our like hidden ramps in here so that they can go into their little marketplace stalls and get their upgrade thing. We got, oh, you're building an archway down there. Cool. All right.
And
Stick
then
some
they
cameras down that
go
way.
down to a little ramp, and then they get stuck on a wall. That way it resets everyone. They
Okay.
line up, and then it releases again.
Well, aren't we going to have them get stuck or line up here in this little passageway to go into the stalls? Or it was coming out that we wanted to do that? I thought we needed
it was
to do
coming
it.
out of the stalls because like they were gonna. Well, the last time we talked about it, like they'd put in the stall they want early, and then it's like first come first serve, right? And then when they get to this point, they go into their stalls, and then once the stalls end, they come out and then they line up again. That was the last time I had heard.
Mm-hmm.
Or design wise.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
think
if that's what we decided on though.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think the main thing we were thinking on lining them up going in was so that we can have the hidden ramps to
An
direct
anomaly
them
has
to
been
the
detected
stall
within range
that
of
we
our
want.
scanners.
So we
Collecting
probably
data
need
now
both.
to determine potential threats.
Okay, I can work on that.
We could.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
No problemo with that one.
Oops. Cool.
Let's see.
All right. Yeah, Maz, that's a cool idea. I think that's real similar to what Ludum had in mind for this marketplace area. Coming out of the marketplace or something. I think, weren't you thinking about that having crates to crash through? That idea of that idea of an explosion that maybe impacts the other players or even with points. That's interesting.
Well, like more so, it wasn't explosives, but just like in pieces of the environment that the marbles can go through to get extra points and maybe slow down. So if you had barrels or even hay bales where it's like you hit them and they can get more points but slow down at the same time, or stuff like that, just interactive elements for the players to interact with, just to kind of give a little bit of variety in gameplay and point gain, a little differentiation and pacing and stuff like that. I was thinking about like the idea of having like if you had let's say like a capsule shaped character with like a broom, and like whenever a marble comes near it, maybe it spins and it the broom knocks him in a direction, or stuff like that, just like different elements of the environment to kind of give life to it.
Yep.
But it doesn't have to be too crazy either.
Yep. All good stuff. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, something like stuff like that. Like we want to keep it simple. For this, because it's like the players are on a forward path downwards, right? So we don't want to prevent that pacing because we don't want them to be left behind. So we need to keep in mind where it's like they got to keep the downwards momentum, but just still have something to kind of push him to the side, but still keep momentum in that way. Not to say that the suit of armor would do that, but you get the idea. Statues whose eyes light up and colorful magic effect does something. That'd be pretty cool. Like it'd be neat to have something of that sort. And then we could add some visual effects to kind of brighten things up and such. Like that'd be nice.
Plinko. Are we gonna add a plinko? Is that what it's called?
What?
Are we gonna add a sort of plinko?
Plinko, yeah, we talked about that.
What's that?
Where it's like
the
where the
pegs.
camera angle change and you have the pegs in it. They both.
Oh
like,
yeah,
fall
yeah,
down,
that's right.
or they-
That's right. Yeah, we were. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. And I agree with that dopamine, Joel. You got to give them that. You know, that short attention span. We have to capitalize on that hard these days.
Let's see.
Like same with like in pinball, you have like the flashing lights on the floor where it has like the arrows, you know, and they're flashing, and you have flashing lights and stuff, and you know, bright sounds and clinging and clanging and stuff. Gotta get that kind of stuff going.
Yeah, I was thinking when those marbles fall down, like right when you hit the ground and start to roll down the ramp, maybe there could be a series of bumpers, or I don't know, like in a pinball. Like they just start hitting things and bouncing, and then like you said, those things can light up and stuff. You got 100 points, 200 points.
That actually might not be a bad idea right here. Like once they drop down from the bowl arena, maybe we could have like these round like bumpers that just kind of exist on the way down before reaching the.
That's what we talked about doing originally. We were gonna have like little miniature tower bumpers. Remember?
Oh yeah.
In the ramp, we talked about.
Do you think they should go
little...
like right here?
I don't know. I mean, there's good and bad because I think in a way it could be cool. I think maybe this ramp needs something, but at the same time, we also want to sort of build up to stuff. I don't think we want it to be like super crazy where you're trying to figure out what's going on right off the bat. I think you kind of got to introduce stuff more and more and more as you go. I think also. So adding something in here would be cool. I think we just have to be careful not to like overdo it.
Maybe, I think maybe we could sketch out some ideas for a certain path, and then maybe come to the next like streaming with those ideas. So then we can kind of compare, contrast, and kind of have like a kind of a path kind of planned out. I mean, I'm sure you guys talked about a lot of ideas already, but maybe something just like penciled out or just a quick sketch. So it's not like Ludum's like you're building all this stuff and we're like, oh wait, let's change this, and then you know what I mean?
Well, anything that I end up building, we can use elsewhere. You know, like I'm not worried about wasting time when building anything. Because it's like if we find like if I build something and we can't use it in a specific spot, I'm gonna find another spot to use it and pitch it there. You know, like I'm not worried about that kind of thing. You know, there's always times where you'll go and build something and you never use it. And that's just artist life. You just kind of have to accept that. You know. if anything, I learned something from it. I got to make something. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to be used, but knowing me, if I pitch something and it's like, no, that shouldn't go there. I'm gonna pitch it somewhere else at least once.
Well, I mean,
Just to be resourceful, like
I don't think it hurts to like sketch out a quick idea and then we can vote on it or something. So that way you're not spending hours and hours on something. Ooh, that's cool. If there's a moat that most balls fall in and float down to the next level.
Yeah, we've got that designed as well. We've got a lot of what you're talking about. We've kind of already talked through and built through. We've got some different areas. We've got like a dungeon level, a wall area. We've got the moat with a drawbridge, and basically you're trying to get across the drawbridge, and some might fall in the moat. I know Ludum's got notes on that. You know, a lot of this stuff is definitely good. You know, I feel like, you know, if we come up with 400
An anomaly
ideas
has
right
been
now,
detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
all we're doing is
the
adding
question
to
is,
our
where
list.
do these go?
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
You know, we have like a list already of 50 things we want to put in here, and if we just, you know, lots of great ideas, and we can keep adding to that, I think it's great. I think there's a lot of good stuff out there, but all we're doing is making a bigger list to pull from. It's not like we're going to be able to crank all of these things out, you know, in a single night.
Especially working 1 day a week.
Exactly. That's my point. So, let's see.
Headset cable go.
Boom. Boom.
My headset's going to die, and I don't know where the cable. Oh, found it.
Where is camera? Cameras, show me cameras.
What keeps players engaged? Can they go to the bathroom for 3 minutes, and come back to see if they have the most points?
No, I mean they could,
Absolutely.
but they would miss out on a lot because we have a lot of plans to introduce choices and stuff along the way. You know, we've got plans for abilities and features that you know, like in Mario Kart, where you go through and you collect the boxes, you know, that give you different things, and you have to choose what you're going to keep and what you're going to use and which path you're going to take. We've got a lot of stuff like that planned. So
That's a good question.
Yep.
Good questions.
But
Yeah,
at
we're,
the same time,
we're gonna
like
make it a little more
if
interactive.
the players were not to select anything, they still could potentially win, right? Like,
I mean,
because
sure.
if they don't pick
Yeah.
an ability that, like, if they don't pick
Potentially.
a slot to get an ability, you know, like playing that random vibe could
Yeah.
potentially still play in their favor because there's a random element to it,
Sure.
which could be fun for people. Like, that's how I would probably play it. I'd probably just let it run and be like, I win
I
with
think,
having to pick anything.
I don't know. I think if you don't do anything, then if you're just watching, I don't think you probably lose out on certain opportunities to get more points. you know. Like if you're
Of
if you're able
course,
to use an
but
ability to
this
launch yourself in a certain direction, that might have more bumpers or something where you can get more points. Like, you know, I think by default you'd like lose out. I mean, you still collect points, but
maybe.
I don't think you'd be first player or first place.
But that's what makes it fun, though, is because the players aren't in control, right? So it's like there's sometimes in that bowl you're kicking ass, sometimes in that bowl Vale's kicking ass, sometimes I'm kicking ass, right?
Right.
So it's like there's a random element that kind of creates that exciting vibe, right? So, like, yeah, sure, players can go and pick a stall 1 through 8 and be like, okay, cool, I'm getting this ability, which we don't know if they're going to know what ability is in each stall at this point.
So Ludum, last week, I don't know if Val mentioned it to you. I don't think I mentioned it in the chat either. But I suggested potentially having like a queue kind of thing. So you can kind of, if you've played the game a bunch, you have an idea of where the map's going. So you could potentially plan ahead for certain abilities or certain skills. So you could, when you collect a certain amount of points, you could use those points for like, buying certain abilities in a marketplace. Let's say there's like at the bottom of the screen, maybe you can purchase certain abilities, and then that would be in a queue. So it's like when a certain thing happens, an event is triggered, then you can use that ability that you planned ahead of time. So that's potentially something we're considering. So that way, people can be more interactive if they want to. Like, oh, I want to go towards the right. I want to be launched off this thing, and then and go over to this area with a lot of bumpers. So I don't know. It's like so that way people watching could engage a little more if they wanted to.
No, for sure. So then, in that sense, like, let's say you have the stalls, right? And then, like, if you have the UI at the bottom, well, you're saying like the UI would have to be at the bottom, and you'd be able, it would have like, it would show the list of abilities that they would pick from.
Yeah, potentially.
Right? It would be like a first come first serve.
I guess. Well, I was thinking like,
or you have to afford it.
Yeah, let's say if you get 1,000 points, you can use that to purchase. I don't know, like Maz, you said, set yourself on fire. Like, yeah, maybe you can use that to. When I go into this area, I'll set myself on fire, or I don't know. Or maybe it's like the next section of the map, you could trigger the ability. So it's like, oh, when you get to the marketplace, you can set yourself on fire, and then maybe the entire marketplace goes on fire. I don't know.
Okay. All right. It's not a bad option. It adds a little variety, right?
Yeah.
I dig that.
Because I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking a little bit for myself. Like if I was playing, I don't know if I would enjoy if I'm not able to interact. You know what I mean? Like if I'm not able to engage or interact with the marble, like if I'm just kind of watching, sit back and watch kind of thing. It's like,
I mean, we've had plans and we've talked about plans from before we even started week 1 to implement that. We just, haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
I understand. I was just like, I'm just throwing out a little more ideas.
Yeah.
I think something like that could add a little more love to it for sure. Like players like to have choice. So it wouldn't
for
hurt
sure
for that kind of thing.
I mean, I definitely am looking forward to that aspect. I think it's going to be great.
I'll be back.
Wasn't there a hemisphere option? I guess not. Actually, before I do that, I should probably unwrap it. What if two balls somehow get stuck together and merge into one bigger ball per level? What
That'd be
could you do
cool.
with that?
Maybe it could be like
combination.
It's good to work as a team, so you become one giant ball.
What could you do with that?
Hey, that's a good idea. Like, what if some parts of the map is a puzzle, and players might have to collectively do a certain ability to get past a certain part of the map. Like everyone has to use the merge marbles together ability or something to demolish a wall.
Create a marble mech.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners.
Sure.
Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
I guess that's kind of like what boss
Assessment
battles
of
would be
potential
about.
threat
Not
complete.
necessarily like
Danger
joined
is minimal.
together as one
Returning
or,
to
like,
condition
merged
status
marbles.
blue.
The idea is they have a collective goal as a team while still having the goal of having the highest point, the highest amount of points. So like, I was thinking for the second arena, you would have, like knights that would like kind of walk up and like push players, they like kind of like whatever the nearest marble is, maybe they'd walk up and like try and bump it or something of that sort. But ultimately, the collective goal is for the marbles to hit these knights from behind and kill them, right? So it's still like a collective goal where they're still working together as a team passively without the players having to do anything. Of course, abilities could help with that, so it's like, oh, well, I have this ability that does something AoE based. That could benefit the team in getting past this part quicker if we wanted to, while they're selfishly maybe waiting for the right moment to use this AoE ability that damages the knights. So they're going to wait for a moment where there's a lot of knights around them to get like a massive point gain. So there's a selfish vibe to it, but it's still working as a team. Along with like the final boss element where it's like maybe you have to fight the king. Like maybe the king has a certain element that the players need to kind of work together in a sense. But they're still being selfish in that sense.
Ludum. So yeah. I don't know if I think maybe only a hand, select people can hear us, right? Or a handful of people can hear us. Knight statue could drop head of axe to floor, and statue swings and uses axe head like a golf. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Golf club to knock the ball.
Yeah, something like that could be
Very
cool, where it's
cool
like if you have like a big
ideas.
axis to the floor and there's like an AoE that pushes marbles away from the epicenter of like where the axe hits. Something like that could be cool. Kind of give some variation because we have to remember that the players don't have control here, right? So like they have control to an extent,
right?
but
Yeah,
it's a very small extent.
true.
So and that's very limiting in this kind of sense.
Yeah.
Especially with the delay because it's stream based, so there could potentially
Well, yeah,
be
that's
a delay of
why
some
I
sort.
suggested the queue kind of thing. Welcome back from the ads, you guys. If your ads finished already, and awesome ideas, Maz. Okay, Maz is back. Everyone's back from the ads. Yeah, awesome ideas, and I don't think people were hearing us earlier, so maybe we don't know what you're saying.
Which part?
Oh, and the thing you're saying, like the game's not as interactive, as not as much as other games, but then I was saying like that's where the queue, having like a queue of abilities kind of planned, comes into place. So it's like even if there is a lag, if there's like a certain trigger that happens or certain event that happens, it triggers the ability in the queue. You have like a queue of abilities kind of planned out.
Yeah,
So then
and I think that's awesome because it gives the players not only does it throw in a replayability factor, like I guess after the first couple times, but it does allow players to have an idea of what's to come and then what abilities they could have, and then utilize them in a sense of how can I maximize my point gain while pushing through to the next area as quickly as possible. It's like I have the most points. I want to push to the next area. Because there's like if you have that arena base like with the knights and you're attacking from behind or the front and there's a point value based on where you hit them, players could potentially look at that and be like, okay, how can I maximize my point value like with this? So I have to wait for so many knights to go all around me, and if I have an AoE attack, I have an advantage here, right? Where I can get a whole bunch of points at once and push the game forward quicker. Where another player potentially could have, let's say, if let's say, for example, their ability is to steal points, right? They could wait, like, if that person knows that there's an ability that's AoE to do something, perhaps they're about to wait for something for that other player to, like, pull that ability off. And then they use their ability to steal those points as the AoE. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to go about it, but the idea of having that team based element being passive, it's not a terrible idea in that sense, especially since players don't have control. Like imagine like if you had an ability where it's like any players that are around you, you steal half their points, whatever they make. Like, that's one hell of an ability.
Oh, and if there's
So
like
any
like
player,
paladin effects, like where you have like an aura, and it's like you helping out the other marbles, kind of thing.
how would you help the other marbles though? It's like
Because there might
this
be
is
like
a free
there
for
might
all.
be a certain thing in the map where you have to like join together, cooperate to destroy the enemy boss or something, right? And then
But the
afterwards you can be
marbles, at least
greedy.
as of right now, they don't have health values. Like right now, it's a point gain system. So like helping each other needs to be passive in a sense of we need to just passively finish this area, right? Because there's really that's the only way of helping each other, right? but at the same time, there's the point gain system. So it's a selfish act no matter what you do.
Maybe
Right.
maybe certain
So-
areas like you gain a health bar, and then once you get past a certain point, it's like, oh, you're back to the point system. I don't know. Ooh, that's cool.
I'm trying to think of the idea of adding health bars.
We already had
Yeah, also-
planned, just as a reminder, we'd already planned on doing the health during the boss fight at the end. That was where we were gonna put that.
That's
in.
for the boss, though, right?
No, we were gonna have the marbles, where at the end they could actually theoretically even get eliminated, but we were saving that till the end for that reason, because we didn't want people to lose their health and get eliminated along the ride. We wanted to wait till the end, till the boss fight.
The boss, I think we
I thought that
agreed
was
on
just
a
for the boss.
dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're planning to have Frumples the dragon.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
But I'm sure we can definitely have different types of bosses and mini bosses and all that stuff.
Oh, endless amounts.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget to save your work, you guys.
Good looking out. Thank you. Good looking out, sir. And I still haven't saved yet.
I don't like this.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Why isn't this?
See, swinging log traps that knock balls off their path?
What happened?
Not specifically, not yet. Thought a bad idea to have something
Very
of that
cool,
sort to just
very
kind
cool.
of, you know, like
Medieval? Yeah,
slow them
medieval-
down, or like
medieval's such a
that kind of thing.
such a wide range in time period, right? Dark Ages, medieval. I think it's like the middle Middle Ages rather than Dark Ages. Yeah. Looks like the medieval times is a broader term.
Nice one, guys.
Roughly
Nice
580 to 1580.
Nice one, sir. Join all those. Let's go ahead and unwrap this.
Nice.
Actually, no. I'm gonna not put a seam there.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay, have fun.
Thanks.
Renaissance fair band performing it. Heck yeah. Be dope. I actually have a Spotify playlist called Bardcore, and it's a bunch of like songs from our time that is turned into bard style music. It's a good time. I am a huge fan of medieval music. I like to play a bard at the Renaissance fairs and stuff like that. So it's my jam. I am a huge Renaissance fair nerd. He doth have big balls. Yes, he does. I love that. Ah, what? Oh.
To answer that question, Maz, yes, every time you hit a shield, you score points. We do want to adjust it, like I mentioned, to where if you hit the one that matches your color, you get bonus points. But the door currently is set to open not after a fixed amount of time, but rather a fixed amount of points calculated by the number of players. So it's an average of like 20 hits per player, I think, or something like that. Maybe. Yeah, what we need is somebody to like we need a mod to just sit in here and take notes on start accumulating listing all the ideas. Because like I said, you know, we can rattle off a couple hundred ideas a night, but we can only implement one or two. That's weird. 2, 3, 4. Why would... It's really bizarre. I don't know.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Did I miss anything?
You did not. Yeah, we already have a, we've already got something similar to that. What's it called? Ludum's the one who set it all up and everything. But yeah, we've already got something very similar to that. The problem is not having the tool, it's having somebody here who can just do that, you know, just transcribe everything, put it all down. Let's see. I mean, I think there were probably at least 100 different things suggested here tonight. So, yeah, Abomination is a mod, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning now for her, so she's fast asleep at this point, I'm guessing. Unless she chimes in right now and proves me wrong. She's not showing on the list anymore, so I'm assuming she went to sleep. Let's see.
Okay, I'm back. What I
Welcome
miss?
back. Nothing. Millinote, that's what it's called, right? Isn't that what you're using for notes on the areas and stuff?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Millinote.
Yep.
A fantastic tool for building game documents that aren't just a document. I've really grown to love it. At first I was like, this is stupid, but like the more I got to understand like using nodes and being able to create not only documents but notes and adding images and just being able to create boards for specific things, it just, I don't know, it, as an artist, it helped me be able to organize my game documents so much better than just the fucking 100-page Word document of just stuff. Like,
Yeah.
my brain doesn't work that way. I'm an artist. So, you know, if you're like, oh, what, you know, you can create a table of contents, sure, whatever, but why not just be artistic about it and just have a board with lines and arrows? I don't know. That's why I'm a blueprint. That's why I do blueprints so well. Because, you know, I'm an artist with the logical mind of a programmer, I guess. Milanote, it's not expensive. They have a free option where it's like 100 boards for free, right? That's the free one. And then I want to say I pay, oh, like $10 a month, I think. Let me look really quick. Hold on. I don't want to mislead you. Let's see, $12.50 a month. That's what it is. It's $12.50 a month for unlimited boards. So instead of going from 100, it's unlimited. However, you could go and try and get all of your friends to accept invites to Milanote, and then you get 20 extra boards for every exception that you get. That's a way around it, but I don't have very many friends, so you're ancient. So easy. Somebody says $10 a month, lots of zeros. That's fair. That's fair. It really, in my opinion, it depends on how much you'll use it, right? I happen to be someone who creates a new video game once a week, right? So it's like, oh, I have a new idea. I need to take note. I have to write it down. So instead of on paper, which I used to do, now I just create a Milanote page or board. You know, that kind of thing. You know, like my Attack Dawn, she's a writer. She has her novels on there, so she'll break down all of her chapters and all of her characters and all that stuff on her Milanote, and it's just like such an easy breakdown. So it's like if you have that creative mindset of consistently having a project and you're constantly creating new ideas and you need a place to put them that doesn't work for you in a sense of a Word document, Milanote's a good place to go. However, you can go on Google, like Google Drive or Google Docs or whatever you want to call it. They have their, oh my god, what's it called? They also have an option to create trees. Let me look it up really quick. Hold on. They have Google Drawings. They have a sketchboard. There's another app you can download where it's like you can create like a tree, similar to like a logic tree, which is kind of the same idea as Milanote. It's not as nice, but they like a chart. That's the word I'm thinking of. You know, you can create a chart through Google Drive. I forget what the app is called, but that's an option too. So there's multiple options, but Milanote does it really nicely. It's very clean. It's very easy to work with. I highly suggest it if you are one of those people who can utilize it. 100 boards sounds like a lot, but then when you actually get in it and you actually start putting together projects, you're just like, that 100 boards is like, between all of my projects, I probably have like 2,000 boards, probably, for all of my projects. And it's just like, I have a problem. I look at that, I'm like, I have a problem of design. But whatever. Check it out, though. I highly suggest it. What do you, Vale? What as a programmer, what do you think of Milanote? Because you have your spreadsheet guy, you have a lot of organizational. You have an organizational mindset, right? You're an organized guy. What do you think of Milanote?
It seems good. I like the fact that you can jot down.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Got to pause for the computer here.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Thank you so much, Jedzia. I think that it's a great tool in terms of, like, for example, when you have ideas, Exiles Eden is a great example, and you jot those down. It's a great way for me to kind of go in and get an idea of what you're thinking and where you're going. I can visually see, it's sort of like an interactive mood board, and I like that. It's so much better than just notes or what have you. You can add notes, but you can add photos, you can do all kinds of stuff in there. So I really like it, being able to reference it and sort of get inside your head a little bit. As far as me utilizing it to the extent that it's built out at, and creating stuff within it, I haven't gotten there. I haven't felt the motivation to get behind it to that extent. I don't know if it's just because it's one more thing to really learn, or because I feel like, I literally use pen and paper for my stuff. Like, I sit with
I feel is the best way to go.
I sit with a clipboard when I'm watching TV or something, and I have a 3-ring binder that is just full of dividers, and I need to get another one actually because this thing is so full. But I just literally take hand notes for myself. I find the old school approach works well for me. But if I were doing it to give you notes, it would be different. Yeah. So I don't know if that answered your question.
I see where you're coming from. Like, I agree. Like, nothing beats pen and paper on a spiral notebook. Like, that is, like, if you're working on something yourself, in my mind, that is the best way to do it. Nothing beats pen and paper. That's just, ugh. But like, working in a team or working with other people, it's nice to have that ability for them to check it out. Like you said, like, it's easier for an artist to kind of portray their ideas, and like a mood board. Like, the mood board comment was like a great way to explain it.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was like the perfect terminology for it. But nothing beats spiral pen and paper.
Yeah. I think for my own personal use, I just doubt I will ever use it for my own stuff, because it would just be basically copying everything off of paper into a piece of software. It would feel like a waste of time. I've already got it. Like, I don't need to just copy it. But I think for, like you said, communicating between people on a team, I think it's good.
Agreed. Agreed. It's not a bad place to write down. Like I like. What's cool about Milano is they provide templates as well. So whenever you create a new board, there'll be a little pop up that comes up at the bottom right, which gives you a bunch of templates for different kind of artistic elements, whether it be writing, even game development's on there, and each one has a subcategory for like what is this board going to be like? Is it level design? Is it story? Is it whatever it is? So they have thought ahead really far as to like what could you use these boards for, and I think that's really cool for like a team that's creating a tool set for artists or people who are looking for something. Like I think that's like really neat to see, you know. So ads. But Maz, let me know what you think of Milano. Like Milano's pretty awesome. I don't know if you're a one man team or you have multiple people, but it works for both people. Just kind of depends on what you're doing. Let's see. Also, I do want to throw out there that I just recently found out that if you pay for Adobe Substance Painter, because it's now owned by Adobe, if you pay for it, you have access to a crap load of materials, like good looking professional materials. I didn't know that until like earlier this week. Like I knew passively that there was something involving like 3D stuff, but I didn't think that they would give me access to a bunch of materials. So anyone here who pays for it, definitely check out the material library because it is legit. Actually, here, let me pull it up really quick, just so people here can see what I'm talking about. I was at work today scrolling through it, and I'm like, there's so many materials here that I get for, paying for it. So if you're paying for it, you might as well just download them all. Shoot. But they're all really good. They all seem to be like high res. Right now I'm looking for like a nice stone material, and there's so many different options here. I don't even know where to start. If I was an older artist where it's like you had to go into Photoshop and literally paint your stone material, I'd be upset at the new age. Just having all these materials at your fingertips, I'd be upset. I'd be jaded. But at the same time, it's pretty awesome to have access to this kind of stuff. Like, I'm sorry, you have demotic writing, ancient polished alabaster stone writings, like materials. Like, what? Like, I don't know when you would use that material, but you have it. Like, that's awesome. Fresco Empire Ancient Brushed Desert Stone. What? I don't even know what that is, but it's beautiful and it looks great. But it's good stuff though. So again, Substance Painter, if you're paying for it, look at the material library. Not only that, but they also have 3D models that you can download. Like just full-on models. Like, okay, that's cool. Like Fab, they have, free stuff, but like, if you're paying for Adobe stuff, make use of it. Make use of it. see, you bought the Adobe full suite back in 2007. That's fair. I paid for the Adobe Creative Suite 6, CS6, I think. Even Acrobat costs a ton now if you want the full feature set. Correct. You know, pushing GIMP. It took a while for me to like GIMP. GIMP was that was a tough one. I've tried to adapt to a lot of free software, and GIMP was by far the hardest. Photoshop AI isn't even that good. Like, I don't know. Like, their AI seems I don't want to put it. I want to say cartoony or I don't want to put it. Bad AI is better than no AI. I think that depends on what you're going for, right? Like using AI to match a specific style is difficult. You know, I'm sure you've had your fair share of that, but I think Photoshop AI is really hard to match certain styles. I pay for ChatGPT, I pay for Grok, right? So there's multiple AIs that I work with. And then I won't say I use, but I've paid for, oh my God, I haven't used it in a minute. I pay for a 3D modeling AI as well, just for testing purposes. But Photoshop AI just does not, I don't know. Personally, Photoshop AI is the hardest AI to work with when it comes to creating something that matches any kind of style that I've worked with, at least. The intelligent background replacement, sure. I could, yeah, you know. But even then, it's not there, in my opinion. In my opinion. But hey, to each your own, though. That reminds me, I need to cancel paying for that 3D modeling AI. I don't use it as often as I'd like to. Photoshop AI can extend the scene in all 4 directions. Right? No, I'm not saying that it does a bad job. You know, it just kind of depends on what you're working with. You know, through my experience, it still needs advancement, but it's getting there. So, I guess it depends on what you're working with. Um, 2D characters. What was that called? One. I'm not thinking sampler, is it? Project Neo. Is that what you're talking about? Project Neo? I haven't really looked into it much. But that takes like the vector image, right? It could take a vector image and turn that into like a 3D model. Felix? Project Felix. No, I don't think I've heard of this one. The name's not sounding familiar. Let me take a look here.
Is that another AI product?
Yeah, looks like it.
I was using Claude for a little bit.
But it still looks like it's using a 3D element, like a 3D asset to it to an extent. It's like it almost like makes a 2D element, but it uses 3D textures, if you will. I'm gonna look into that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm interested. Oh my god, I just closed the chat like an idiot. Oh, I remember. Yeah, okay, I remember this video. Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching this. This is Felix then. I remember saying that, but that's what Felix is. Okay. Which is still pretty cool, like being able to do that. Stuff like that will definitely be a really good tool for 2D artists. Just to give them those capabilities. It's gonna be awesome. Vale, Travis, what are you guys working on right now?
I'm desperately trying to figure out how to lock this stupid camera preview window on my screen. Every time I click anything, it turns off, and I can't figure out how to get it to stay on. I really hate it. So if anybody
I'm working on... Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
No, it's just so if anybody knows how to do that, I would love that little piece of advice, because this sucks.
I'm just repeating this section here, but in a different instrument. So having the French horn, well, basically brass section, but this brass sound I have over here, this brass choir, doesn't sound the best. So I'm going to use the French horn sound for this brass section, and then I'm going to add trumpet on top. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Trying to lengthen this section a little bit longer. Yeah. What about you, Ludum? Working on
right.
what is that?
Maz and I are having a really good talk about AI, but I'm also kind of working on a potential bumper idea.
Oh, nice.
Think of it can be like a bumper, something for the marbles to kind of hit against and maybe bounce off of. Trying to think of a nice, creative way to make one that's not nothing too fancy.
That's cool.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Gosh, it's 10 o'clock. Crap.
Sheesh.
What the hell, man?
Sorry, someone say something?
Said I can't believe it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, really?
What the hell?
Right?
Do you guys want to do a game game jam? Maybe,
What do you mean?
maybe in July. Like maybe we plan on working 3 days straight. I don't know. Not 24 hours, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know. If you want to crunch out some more, or
It would be cool. I just don't know that, like, we can push aside our other projects. I know.
Like, that was my biggest concern, too.
Yeah, Ludum's got, prophecy that they're worried about, and I've got a timeline I'm working on with my games that I've got to stick to. I've got to be able to generate some income, and so to pull days off aside from those projects to work on this would be cool, but I don't know that it would be feasible.
Just an idea.
Yeah,
I'm not saying no.
Right. I'm kind of the same way.
Definitely not saying no.
Right.
Okay.
I'm saying it would be
it's
challenging.
Something that it's like I have to think about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I agree.
Just, yeah.
Although it sounds like something you're really interested in doing, Travis.
Well, I don't know, just kind of thinking out loud. Maybe if we I don't know. Able to crank out a bunch of stuff in a short amount of time. That'd be kind of exciting.
Definitely would be exciting. Definitely would be. I have to give that some thought, though.
Sure, yeah.
It's the fact that I'm in crunch mode with prophecy right now that makes that decision hard.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe after.
After, I'm totally down, totally down afterwards. Like, shoot, like I'm gonna need a huge break once Prophecy releases. Well, no, well, when you release a game, you have like the moment from release to X amount of time of bug fixes. You have to pay attention to your community, what they say, the problems they're having, fix those, all of that, whether it be on Steam, GOG, Epic,
Yeah.
wherever,
Toilet doesn't
whatever
flush.
platform is, yeah, the toilet doesn't flush, so it's like you have a lot to pay attention to with that kind of thing. So it's like, if we plan on releasing in October, I probably don't think I'll be available full time on anything probably till maybe February. Just to be
Oh
safe.
dang.
Because like when
Yeah.
when when Steam when Steam Fest came out and we put out our demo, I was working on fixes probably for about 3 months after that. Until I was like, okay, I need to stop working on these fixes and continue to work on the game itself. Because then the player base kind of stopped and people kind of stopped playing the demo in that sense. So I imagine like when you release a full game, especially at this level of game and whatnot, like I imagine fixes depending on how how I program it and build it. Luckily our demo is pretty bug proof, thankfully, with my QA
That's good.
background. Um, but still, like I imagine if I release in October, November, December, January, February, I'd give myself at least 4 months until I can legit take a step back. And that's not including the possibility of adding more to it. Because when you look at, say, the Mortuary Assistant, we look at Brian Clark. When he released the Mortuary Assistant, it was a really good, solid game. He released it, and then all of his, like, he just continued to work on it, make it better, better.
Nice.
He added more gameplay. He added more elements to it. Something that a lot of developers kind of recommend is when you release a game, don't release it completely. Release 70% of it, and then like as a complete thing, and then take that extra 30% and add that to extra development after you release it. That way, you have the bulk set of players who play it, who are excited to play it, and they're like, all right, cool, this is what I wanted. But having that extra 30% afterwards is that element of players who don't buy it at first, right? So you release your game and you're like, okay, this is set of the game that's like a complete thing. But that extra 30% is something that you release on the second part. So not only does that cater to the players who have already played it, but people who are waiting for your game after release, they're like, I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale or whatever. You release a second element to actually complete the entire thing, to kind of market it again months after release. Then you're catering not only to the players who have already played it and you're giving them more, but the people who have waited. And you're like, okay, now these developers are continuously working on the game. They're making it better. So not only does that make your game more of a whole product, but it also makes you look better as developers because you're continuously working on your stuff. So the Mortuary Assistant did that. And not only that, but then later on, they added extra languages and all of that stuff. So it's like they didn't just release the game and stop. They had a release element and they had more to add to it after release. And then once they made money from that, they continued to make it even better. Release it on console, more consoles, all that stuff, right? So now, Mortuary Assistant is now in the production of making a movie because that's how popular it is. But I think all of that element, or like the idea of becoming that popular, was just because he started with a base idea and he grew on it after release, right? So it's like that's kind of where my mindset is with Prophecy. You release the thing, you have an element to release soon afterwards, and you build on that. And that seems to be a very consistent element. If you look at Core Keeper, if you look at Rusty's Retirement, like all these different games that release, they release with a solid package at first, but it's pretty obvious that they had an extra element to it to add to it within 2 to 3 months afterwards.
Mhm.
That keeps your players engaged. That keeps new player that keeps your current players engaged, and it brings players who waited to buy it in it, because we all know that okay, a game will go on sale on Steam, and then they're going to be like, oh, I'm just going to wait for it to go on sale. Well,
Mhm.
instead of it going on sale, you don't put it on sale. You just add more to the game, right? And that just adds more value to it without having to put it on sale, right? And that's like, okay, well, players could still ultimately be like, well, I'm still going to wait for it to go on sale, and that's cool.
Mhm.
But still, by
Yeah.
rule of thumb, like, if you have 10,000 wish lists, like maybe 40 to 60% of your wish list numbers are going to buy your game, if even, right? So
Mhm.
it's like, okay, ultimately you're looking at 30% of your wish list numbers are going to buy your game, statistically. Okay, 30% is not bad. So what do you do with the other 70%? Well, you have to cater to them somehow. So what do? You fucking make your game better, but you have to plan for that. So release your game to a full extent, but plan on something to release afterwards. That way, maybe you get an extra 10 to 30% to buy your game afterwards. Then you have more revenue, and you can just continuously make your game better in that sense. Anyways, I digress. I'm going on a rant.
It's all good. It makes sense.
Which I kind of forgot what I was getting at. But anyways, I think that once Prophecy releases, I probably won't be available till probably a good February, just to start.
Mhm.
And that's based off my experience from Next Fest alone, fixing stuff that people just requesting.
I mean, and hopefully your game is so successful that you want to be able to pour into it and grow it.
Absolutely, that's the goal. That is the absolute goal. If you have
Mhm.
an initial player base that like enjoy your stuff, that should drive you to want to make your project better instead of just abandon it and move on to something else, right? Especially when it comes to localization. Specifically for us with Prophecy, the Mothman is kind of singled out to be more of like a North American thing. Not to say that there haven't been sightings otherwhere else in the world, but it is specifically more so an American thing, which kind of makes it even harder of a niche crowd. But the story of the Mothman can be branched out to the rest of the world as well, just like a normal story. So, we're kind of limited to what our niche base is, but that doesn't mean that we're stuck there either. So we're kind of hoping that we can spread the love of the Mothman and kind of tell a story that maybe not have reached out to Mexico or South Africa or who knows what. Only problem with that is that in localization, you have to be able to take the localization element and cater it to whatever region that you're going to. Which, by the way, I was told that like ChatGPT and AI is a really good tool for localization these days. That's actually rather accurate when it comes to you can take lines of your dialogue and say, I want this in Brazilian Portuguese, and it actually translates it pretty well. Just food for thought when it comes to localization. That's what I was told. I didn't try it myself. But that's what I was told. So. Food for thought. Sorry, guys. I went on a rant again.
Oh, it's all good. It's great.
Yeah.
Anytime.
I'll do that. Don't get me wrong. A 3-day marathon of Royal RumBALL would be pretty awesome.
Right?
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
All right. Cool. Man, I wish I could figure this crap out. Feel free to jump in if you would like. That's funny. I think we've got like a floating ball or something in there. So weird. We got so many weird little things going
That's
on in
what
here.
someone said.
All right. Go ahead and start it up there, Ludum.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. What's that?
It's a random like
Uh-oh.
floating
What happened?
cylinder.
Oh,
What in the world?
Well, they're still in the
yeah.
Shit.
We're still in
but the camera is shot.
Yeah, you have.
What is that
Did
floating
you
cylinder?
What is this thing down here?
It's like a moving floating cylinder. I don't know what that is.
Oh, is that what you're working on, Ludo?
Do you see this object down
Nope,
here?
What did you do, Ludum?
Yeah, I have no
Just
idea what
kidding.
that is. I didn't
Where
do
did that
anything.
come
What are you talking
from?
about? How dare you blame me?
Load
It-
off.
Oh no, but it's moving though.
Yeah,
What did you
it,
do?
it obviously fell through the collider that triggers the camera sensor, and so it switched to this camera. But like, I don't even know where it came
Does
from.
one of the one of these cylinders behind a shield, does it have a rigid body at all or anything of that sort?
Oh, you know what? That's probably what it is. Yeah, it does, but gravity's turned off.
Oh.
But that's weird. That's got to be what it is. It's got to be those cylinders. What the heck? Okay. Oh, that's just all kinds of.
Well, if you took
mess.
rigid body off of them to where they didn't have any physics elements to them, then it should be okay, right?
Don't they need the rigid body in order to keep objects from passing through it, like to make it a solid object?
No, because you can throw a mesh collider on them and it should still have collision. I think the rigid body is more specifically if it moves or has physics involved. Because like walls and stuff like that, like you can throw a mesh collider on there, but there's no rigid body and it still creates a collision. So
But we're not creating a trigger. We're trying to create an obstacle.
Like a collision, right? Because the goal is to where the cylinder sits in place and there's a collision, right?
Yeah, I mean just physics wise, or it can't. It stops it when it hits it or falls back the other way.
Yeah,
I thought
which
that was
in that
what
sense,
the
I don't think
rigid
a rigid
body
body
did.
is necessary. I think well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think rigid body is meant for things that have physics, that move.
Right.
If it doesn't have anything about it that moves or physics based, you can just take rigid body off and throw a mesh collider on it, and it would still have the collision to where objects can't go through it. Similar to how walls work. Because like if you go and click on any of the smaller walls or any of the walls really, none of them have rigid bodies. It's just mesh colliders or box colliders just to create the collision.
Okay. It seems opposite to me in like logically, but I believe you.
I mean, if the cylinder moves, I think, like if the cylinder were to move with the shield, you might need a rigid body for it. That I'm not 100% sure. But if it doesn't move at all, it's basically treated like a wall, right?
Well, the whole object does move, but let's see. Create. Let me do. Prefabs, obstacle, shield, prefab, cylinder, spectre. So just remove the rigid body altogether, huh?
Give that a shot, see if it works. On the cylinder, not the
Yeah.
See, but you have gravity disabled, so
I did have gravity disabled.
that alone shouldn't. That alone should keep it from falling.
Yep.
There, so on the main ramp that they start on first, I noticed that there was one just kind of floating there.
Yeah, and that's probably what was floating through space there too. I think, yeah, I think I see the problem. I think I made it I didn't make it. No, it should still work because it was a child object of this. I don't know. I'm confused.
Oh, is this similar to the problem we were having with the collision of being a child of an animated object? Where it's like you have the parent and then like the child would end up moving somewhere else?
I don't know.
I still don't know why that was happening before. It's so weird.
Because this collider is not even right. Let's see.
Oh, thanks, there.
I hear.
You hear Solaire? You hear his cries?
Yeah,
Cries for attention.
Oh.
Solaire of Astora. Yeah, we named our cats off of or from Dark Souls characters. Is that right? What? What do you want from me? Huh? What do you want from me?
I don't know. Going once, going twice.
What's going on?
Going.
Oh, wait. Wait for me. I didn't know.
We're just trying again, see if we can get it to work. Jump in there,
Of
Travis.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody fire it up.
Someone's name tag was left behind.
That's what that is. Which is random. Like, why would it do that?
Someone like was launched into the air.
Right.
We're
still flying out.
Yeah, we're
Came back though.
Yeah.
No one's getting stuck.
Wow.
They just, yeah, no one's getting stuck. They're shooting up the wall is all, and then they come back. Well, what is with this one halfway through the wall? The floor?
Whoa.
What is with that? That
Oh,
was weird.
dang.
And then you finally fell through the wall.
What?
That was weird, dude.
Oh,
So-
and then think
It's like the doors didn't
balls.
even open though.
No, we haven't even hit it yet. You triggered something went wrong. Something went all sorts of wrong in there. I don't know what happened. I don't even know what
Oh,
happened.
so Maz is in the space, like
Just falling into nowhere and nothing.
to nothing.
Nothing.
What the heck?
I know.
That hasn't happened very often.
Oh.
Damn, Travis, you're catching up quick.
I know. What?
All right. Well, all kinds of weirdness going on there.
Interesting. That was weird.
All right. So, cameras 1 and 2, for some reason, are. So, 3 and 4 are different. It's so weird. Camera 3. It's not camera 3, it's player 3. Player 3 and 4 versus player 1 and 2.
Save your work, you guys.
Thank you.
Saved.
Why is this like that?
So, like, why is that? Rotation. Follow point. I don't think any balls are going through it, are there? How are you doing collisions between balls and the swinging arm? I think that goes to you, Ludum. How did you set that up?
So the swinging arm, it does have a basic mesh collider with a physics material on it, and then our project, because Unity physics and collisions are kind of weird. I want to say it's in preferences. I gotta find it. Hold on. Was it preferences or was it project settings? You have the physics section where you can adjust the bounce threshold. I don't know if you can see here on my screen, but in the project settings, you have like a sleep threshold, a bounce threshold, a deep penetration velocity that you can adjust, right? So these numbers kind of help depict like how strong or how quickly the physics will react to how objects will react to physics, right? So like the max deep penetration velocity right now is set to 1 million, which is a lot, but it's still causing objects to still pass through collisions, right? So it's like however fast an object goes through, there is a um, there's a calculation where it's like, will it go through or not, right? Um, and there's obviously a lot of like adjustments that need to be made and whatnot. So I just defaulted this to 1 million for deep penetration velocity, because when something's moving fast, you got to have a collision that's ready to fucking catch it and stop it. But sometimes it doesn't. So I think this defaults to like, I don't know, like 100. I don't know. It's not a lot. At that point where it would spin, like balls would just they wouldn't even be affected. Um, so these numbers here are kind of what adjusts that how the collisions work. I don't know how it works with optimization element with optimization. I don't know how it works with all of that, but because some of these really somewhere butthole. But with the way that these collisions work sometimes, and how fast these marbles can move, I just kind of defaulted it to 1 million, which seems to be working okay. Obviously, it seems to still have some issues. But I don't have any default physics materials on there. Like the bounce threshold's at 1.08, which if we wanted things to bounce even further, we could adjust that. So
I mean,
there's a lot to work with.
I could be mistaken here because I didn't mess with it. I know you did all that setup, but I mean, the physics stuff is supposed to add different reactions for different types of surfaces, or, you know, like you said, bounce, or, you know, if you're dealing with ice or something like that. But as far as just making contact with a solid object, it should just be a rigid body with mass, is all I thought. Like, you shouldn't have to add any physics in order to have it like run into something.
That's what I thought.
You just have to make sure that
I
it's
did research
doing,
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything, like the base idea of it, it's like, okay, you add a rigid body and a mesh collider, and technically, like, yeah, sure, the collision should just prevent it from working, right? But I think, I don't know what it is, but with rigid body and the physics element, like there's still something where if like a moving object hits a rigid body physics collision, like there's still a moment of like a calculation of collision where it's like if it doesn't calculate it fast enough, it just goes right on through it. I think that's what the problem is. So you have to kind of set that velocity element.
There's a setting for how often it checks for collisions, and you just have to make sure it's set on like always, or it's like always or constant,
continuous.
or yeah, continuous. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Which I believe that it is set to continuous, at least the moving piece. Yeah, the collision detection is continuous. Which continuous dynamic, I think, if I remember correctly, was not the appropriate one to work with, based off of what I had read, which I went with continuous. But if you can find a better way to fix that issue, by all means, because I just set the velocity of deep penetration to 1 million.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Fix that.
What are we talking about?
Was recommended.
Just kidding.
Assessment of potential threat complete.
Nothing.
Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Yeah. So like in Unity, there's a depenetration value, a depenetration velocity value that you can set. Where it's like if something has velocity to it, there's a calculation that's done through the engine and the project settings that will help prevent anything with velocity to pass through the collision. I think that's what the max depenetration velocity is. Again, that's just based off of what I had read. If you could find a way to go around that, by all means, please let me know.
I mean, I'm not knowledgeable, I gotta be honest, so.
Incoming transmission from
Speaking of
archived
foreign
footage.
language, I don't
Could
know.
be. Could be. Go on.
Sorry. Ooh, what's this? I always miss these.
Yeah, I wish I could figure out a way to put the audio from the computer and the clips and stuff into the room with you guys so that you hear the other stuff like when it's played. Yeah, it bugs me
I would love that.
It bugs me that there's no way to do that. Like, I don't understand how Twitch has not thought of a way to do that.
Yeah, I have a separate window so that I could potentially watch those.
Yeah, but there's the delay.
For some reason, yeah, but for some reason the audio is not working for me. So, anyway, does it not?
Yeah. Anyways, that arm moving thing is a pain. Maybe if I set it to 10 million, maybe it'll stop.
I didn't realize it was an issue. I mean, I could look into it at some point, but I mean, there's just so many things. So many things we have to do.
Yeah. And perhaps setting the mass of it could do more too, because maybe like the mass, if we set to maybe 10,000 instead of 100, maybe we won't have to set the velocity depenetration to a million. Maybe
those all seem like extraordinarily high numbers. Like, you shouldn't have to adjust anything to that extreme.
Which is true, but when you look at our lighting, like, we have to set it to what? An exponential amount for lights to work, which is freaking weird.
But I don't think we're doing these things right. I mean, no offense. I don't think we're doing it correctly. Because
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm just going off of what people are saying, like on forums. It's like the solution on forums is like, oh yeah, if you're working with HDRP, setting a 10 million intensity to a light is the right way to do it. And it's like, that doesn't seem right. It works, but that doesn't seem right. But it's the only thing that does seem to work, which is weird. Right? Like, I don't know. It does feel wrong, though. It kind of bothers me. You shouldn't have to set a light source intensity to 10 million for it to actually show up in the world.
Right. Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to Google that right now. Let's see. Let's see. In Unity, why do you have to set light intensity to like a comma 10 million in HDRP? I know it's not an appropriate question to ask Google, but let's see what it says. See, in Unity's HDRP pipe or high definition render pipeline, you often need to set very high light intensity values like 1 million for several reasons. One, physically based lighting. HDRP uses physical light units, PLU, which are based on real world measurements like those used for light bulbs in photography. Examples of PLU include candela, lumen, lux, nits, and EV100. While using PLU, lights behave more like they would in the real world. Two, realistic light intensity. Real world light sources may vary greatly in intensity. Midday sunlight, for example, is extremely bright, around 110 to 120,000 lux. A bright street light can range from 1,000 to 40,000 lumens. To accurately simulate these natural intensities, HDRP requires you to use corresponding high values.
No, that's all legit. I get that, but that's not the intensity multiplier. Like, if you're having to crank the intensity multiplier up, that's a problem.
Well, I guess we have to think about, are we using lux? Are we using candela, lumen, nits, or EV100? You know, because technically, if the directional light represents the sun, right? So if a midday sunlight is extremely bright, it's around 110 to 120,000 lux. What is our directional light set at right now?
I think I have it maxed.
Our directional light is set to.
It's basically
Okay.
11,000
so our intensity
lux,
right now
or
is
110,000 lux.
Yeah, no, 110,000 lux. So that's about right. Midday sunlight.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently we're doing it right for midday.
Well, but there's like 100 other settings, and something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like we're either
with the shadows and stuff, sure.
Yeah, there's something going on with the baking or with the light profile, or there's something, a volume setting. I don't know what it is, but there's something that's interfering with us getting just the proper basic lighting.
I'm sure there is.
It's not the intensity of the light.
Like the shadows, for example. Like I was looking at it, and there's in the lighting baking option, there's a intensity multiplier, which adjusts how dark the shadows are. You know, so there are a lot of elements that we're probably
I think
missing out on and need adjusting.
Yeah. I thought we had shadows completely turned off, though, but maybe I'm mistaken. That's why it's so confusing.
The shadow map. The shadow map is turned off, but I don't think that legit shadows are turned off completely.
Gotcha. It's just like, why would it even default to this? You know what I mean? Like, you'd think the default settings would be pretty safe, standard, average, instead of
right.
It's just awful.
Right.
Like unusable, you know?
Yeah. Like it's interesting, you know, especially going from especially going from Unreal Engine to this, because like you can throw an atmospheric light and just like general skybox in Unreal, and it's like, okay, cool. It actually looks real in that sense, depending on your auto exposure and all that stuff. And then in Unity, it's like you have to like really set it up hard in a way. It's interesting. Um, Not to say that Unity's bad in that sense, but it's just going from one engine to another. You're like, okay, I actually have to legit full on set up the lighting even harder in Unity. And Unreal, you still have to set it up. It's not perfect, by any means, but it is a lot easier to set up just general lighting in Unreal. Which, in my opinion, is fun in the Unity sense, because it's like I want to go in here and I want to touch every lighting setting. I want to go to every element and I want to scroll through it and I want to be like, oh, what's this? 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 I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree
Like
with you on
Unreal,
that.
I took the
but-
general atmosphere, I took it out, and I'm like, I want to generate this entire light myself without that, which isn't it's not efficient, but I want to do it anyways. But continue, sorry.
No, I agree with you completely. It's just surprising that it wouldn't default to something like what you're talking about, where it's sort of a drag and drop thing. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've spent some time going through some tutorials and everything, and it's like I get the gist of the lighting stuff, but it's HDRP. HDRP just throws a whole different wrench into it. Everything works different than
It really does.
you know.
It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. It's like, I just want things to look good. Why do I have to work so hard for it to look good? It's not fair. Like, not fair.
I do want to try something. I just did something. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't look like it's going to do diddly squat, but it's worth a shot.
You never know.
It's not so good. I'm going to do another run. If anybody wants to jump in, you're welcome. I'm just got to check timing on a couple of things. I don't know. That's weird. Travis, you want in or no?
Sure.
Up to you.
Wait for me.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
All right, go ahead. Ludum or Travis, somebody give us a start.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
So it's almost like the rendering to the other cameras is darker than the broadcast camera. Like the little individual cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Does each camera have their own like visual settings, like when it comes to saturation, hue, all that stuff?
I have to dig into it. I know that there are settings that you can check, but I mean, I didn't make any changes to those, so I don't know. But that's what it feels like to me. But I'm not positive. I don't know. It was a little closer in the point distribution that time. Yeah. And it's kind of, I don't know. It's weird. Like you can see, I don't know if you can see these down here, but it's like,
yeah.
It's almost like
an anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
More, I don't know.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
And maybe I've got the materials set in a way that they're not allowing any light to actually. That could be a problem. Could be like a smoothness setting or something on these materials that's basically causing all the light to refract instead of. Let's see. Let me see. Material.
Well, if you were to like on my screen, I'm playing without those cameras, and like you look at these marbles, like they don't really have that issue at all. Like, yeah, sure, the bottoms are dark, but
are you using the same ones that
like
I am, or a test set?
It's the ones that are sitting on that ledge, and then like I just move the ledge manually when I hit play, and then the marbles.
Okay, let me rephrase. Do you have our materials on them or not?
Like well, I haven't touched them, so I'm gonna assume they're the ones that you have. But I guess it
the
varies
materials
because
get added when the game
they're
starts.
assigned differently, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so yeah, you're probably using different materials.
I think the materials might be an issue. At least part of it. That makes sense. So let me go in, import ball. Let me take a look at some of these. Silver.
I will BRB.
Save. Let's take a look at the render textures. I don't know. Maybe it's not the textures, because here this doesn't have a texture applied or the material applied, and it is ridiculous. Unless there's a separate one that's attached to this. Matte ball white. That's this one. Let's go back to textures.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Let me try one more thing. I have another idea. Player. Where is... Oh, but you said you're using those. It's probably not it then. Broadcast camera. Oh, man. Just
For some reason, there's a section over here that's peeking in the red.
on your project?
Sorry, what?
On your project? On what you're working on?
Yeah. I think I've had that before. Oh. I think I know what happened.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Why is this fixed exposure so low? What? Just way too much I've got to go through. Yep. Sounds like Ludum's making dinner.
Oh boy. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you good?
What
Got in
happened?
a huge conversation with Attack the Dawn about streaming and being a developer and all that stuff.
Nice.
Cool.
Deep conversation.
Good
Kind of
conversation.
similar to the conversation we were talking about earlier before. I'm just kind of catching her up on, because she asked like, "Oh, what are you guys doing? What are you guys talking about?" So
Nice.
I caught her up.
Very cool.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
I'm rebalancing some of the instruments because for some reason, I think I know why. I changed a little bit of the panning, so that changed the loudness of certain things, and now I'm peaking. I'm trying to keep things. I'm trying to peak in the yellow at -3 dB, and then having the loud, I don't know, fortissimo around -6 dB. So anyway, I'm just kind of listening to each instrument, adding it, combining it, trying to see how loud things are.
Nice.
And I'm not sure what Vale is doing. What were you doing, Vale?
I'm trying to create a new volume profile to try to see what I can do with the overall lighting.
Yeah. Do you guys have plans for Father's Day at all?
Not really. Hoping to maybe get a massage or recover from this week of all the moving furniture and stuff. That's about it.
Woohoo, massage. Where do you go for massages?
There's two places near me that I really like. One is, I think, absolutely the best place I've ever found, and it's a Thai spa. And then the other one that I like is within walking distance, and it's a little cheaper, so it's a good second alternative. And it's
All right.
Chinese, but both real good spas. A lot of other places I've been to were just, I don't know. Tried a lot of places, but they definitely, yeah, definitely the best. The D Thai, I think it's called. D Thai massage. They're the best I've ever been to.
Nice.
That's cool.
Nothing beats a good massage. What about you, Travis?
For me, we're just gonna have a family dinner. That's it.
What are you cooking for dinner?
Um,
Or what are you having? I'm not necessarily you cooking, but
oh, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm gonna be making like a lamb rendang. Rendang.
Ooh, yeah.
So yeah.
Nice. Fancy.
Don't tell my dad. It's supposed to be a surprise.
Oh yeah, when I see your dad next weekend when we hang out and whatever, I won't tell him.
Okay, thanks. What about you, Liam?
We're gonna have barbecue, just burgers, hot dogs, lobster.
Ooh, lobster. You're
Just kinda
making the
hang out,
lobster?
you know. We're gonna grill lobsters.
Nice.
We were talking about maybe boiling some crab as well. Just having our dads over and hanging out.
Nice.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Both of our dads are just super simple. Like, my dad's on Ozempic, so his appetite is really low these days. So he's like, "Don't even cook anything. I'm not gonna eat very much." But
I've certainly never
before
thought
that,
of.
I was like, "What do you?" Thought
I've
of what?
certainly never thought of lobster as simple.
Yeah. Wait, what kind of lobster is this?
Just lobster tails. That's it.
Okay, that's simple. Okay.
Yeah, just real simple. You just put the lobster tail on the shell and you just throw it on the grill and let it cook.
Nice. Cooking butter.
But while we're talking about having two different kind of butters, just one normal butter and the other one is oh my god, what was the other butter? Some kind of herb butter. I don't forgot what it was, but
it's cool.
yeah. But my dad plays bass, so I was like, oh, maybe you can come over and we can just jam out, play some Grand Funk Railroad, and some random old bands, and just jam out. Have a couple beers after food, and
cool.
Shoot the shit.
Nice.
Like my dad's always denied being an artist.
What?
Okay. Like I've always known deep down my dad, he likes to draw. He's always supported my music. He's the one who bought me all my instruments growing up. When I asked for a bass, he was like, "Yeah, like all right, I'll get you a bass." Or whenever bass was boring to me, "Oh, I want a guitar." When my brother wanted a drum set, he'd be like, "All right, I'll get you a drum set." And it's like I was like, "You are an artist deep down. Just it was never embraced." With him growing up. So I turned that around, and once I got into guitar, I gave him my bass, and he started playing bass. And at that moment, I'm like, "You are an artist." So ever since then, I'm like, "Hey, they've been playing bass. Let's jam. Let's do this. Let's do that."
That's awesome.
Just trying to embrace that artist in him. So.
Very cool. Jam session.
Yeah, jam session, indeed. Yeah, my dad's always been that guy. He's like, I don't like anything. I just want to sit at home and do nothing. Oh, you grumpy
Yeah.
old man.
My dad's kind of
Just
the same way.
embrace the things. Embrace the things that you enjoy. Stop hiding it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It's like, I'm sorry, but I want you to die with a smile on your face. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Like the
if
song.
your dad's anything like me, I do enjoy staying at home. I love being at home.
Yeah, but like, well, there's nothing wrong with being at home, but like,
Yeah,
you have your craft. You're a programmer. You love programming stuff. Like, I don't know, there's that artistic element in you. We've seen it. Like, you hang out every Friday with us doing your artistic craft.
Mm-hmm.
You know. If you were to die at your computer programming something, you'd probably die happy, right?
I mean,
You have something that drives you forward artistically.
I guess it depends how bad the bug is I'm working on.
Exactly. That statement alone says it. Like, boom.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
In him, growing up, my dad's always been like, whatever, you grumpy old dude.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal.
Once
Returning to
I
condition status
got
blue.
to the point of being able to get him to embrace the artistic side, like, you can see the smile come out. You can see that life come out. You can see it. And it's just like, oh, that's awesome. That's the side of my dad I've never seen before. 35 years later. It's just like, whoa, my dad is this other dude he's always just kind of hid because no one's ever embraced it. So I'm continuously like, hey, Dad, are you been playing your bass? Like, I'll buy him guitar pedals, and I'll be like, oh, hey, we bought him an acoustic bass. And he's like, oh, I thought about maybe trying left-handed bass. So we bought him a left-handed bass. Like, we're embracing that shit hard, and it's like he loves it deep down, but he's still like, but you can see that little smirk in his smile. You're like, you love it, you son of a bitch, but you're just hiding it. Stubborn man.
Aren't they all?
I don't want to put stubborn on your gravestone.
Runs in the family.
Yeah, exactly. It's all good though.
Yeah. Safe your work, you guys.
Good looking out. How do I have Castle Track checked out? I didn't touch anything in Castle Track. Did you work in Castle Track at all?
Yeah. But
right, I'm just gonna do my changes.
I don't care about anything I've done. Nothing I've done is working, so I don't give a crap. How's that for How's that for passion? Excitement. Happiness.
Oh my gosh.
I don't give a crap.
Man. Sheesh.
There's a part of me that, I hate saying this out loud because I know it's not going to be received well, but I know, Ludum, I know you'll understand where I'm coming from with this. There's a part of me that wants to scrap this project and start from scratch. I know you know where I'm coming from with that.
I was deep down, I want to say, if you want to go for it, go for it. I know exactly where you're coming from, and I know how much it can benefit the project. Like straight up, I understand that. Like all of these art assets we have already. Like it's not like
Right.
that once if we were to start a new project, it's not like we wouldn't have them, right? And it's like what like why not? Like you are the one who has the core of the you are the creator of anything that works, right? Like I don't know, in the long run it might, especially this early of a stage, it might be beneficial for us to do that kind of thing,
I
because
mean,
it's like a live and you learn, especially at such an early
yeah.
stage of the project.
What I could do is I could create a new project and then just copy and paste in, just move in everything that's solid, that's working well. Like our Twitch connection is good. We've got that established, that's working. Um, things like that. Get that foundation. But stuff like, all the HDRP lighting and all that stuff would just be reset to the initial template. Because I feel like I've jacked it up like worse than it was. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And then certain things with these player, the balls and stuff, like you said, we've got the models and the materials and all that we can just bring in, re-import, and we don't have to redo any of that stuff. But just sort of, I don't know, and then build these track things a little bit more modular, like we talked about. I don't know. It's probably me just having a frustrating evening, that's all. But
That's fair. Well, what you could do is just start a new project, throw me into the project, and then we can kind of rebuild it on the side, or like during Fridays, like we can kind of poke at it and see how it goes.
yeah.
We understand what we're going for. You already have a foundation of what you need and all that. So it's like, okay, so it might take maybe 2 Fridays for us to get back to where we're at. I could take a screenshot of all the stuff that we have and I could rebuild that in on a Friday. It's not like it'd be that difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
That way
tough
we can at
because
least
I
give
don't
it a
want to.
shot.
I know it's tough because I don't want to move backwards, but I hear what you said is also valid.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data
Sometimes you
now
gotta
to
take a
determine
step
potential threats.
backwards in order to take an extra bigger step forward, right?
Yeah.
Especially when it comes
Assessment
in
of
your
potential threat
department of
complete.
functionality.
Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
I'll leave that to you. I'm not against it. I
Who's
don't know
taking
how Travis
pictures?
feels.
Sorry, I was listening to music the entire time, so I only got like a little bit here and there in terms of like starting. You said starting over.
Travis.
You guys suggested starting over and copy and pasting. That's the gist of it. Was there more?
All right, well that's basically it. That's
Oh,
basically
okay.
it. Because like the stuff that Travis is working on, it's all on his computer. Like he could just, he saved out the audio last week or the week before that, I forget. But he still has that stuff, so it's not like he's gonna be set back at all.
Yeah,
Food for thought. Just
if
food
it
for
helps
thought.
you, yeah, if it helps you guys streamline things faster, like down the road, if it's more organized at the beginning, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what's the best for you guys, since I'm not. I have no knowledge of the programming stuff.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, sometimes
about it,
just refactoring is sometimes it's just a nature of the beast, you know? And I feel like that's sort of this is sort of that and sort of just I don't know. Conflicts.
Sleep on
Yay.
it.
Yeah, I will.
What's in conflict now?
Oh, I'm sure it's that castle track, which I'll just keep whatever you sent. Like I said, everything I've been trying is just.
I undid all the changes.
Oh, I don't know. Let me see. It says there's a conflict. Incoming changes. Conflicts to default settings to volume profile. Marketplace. I don't know why I would have. I didn't think I did anything in Marketplace. Maybe it's my lighting settings somehow. Project settings with Pro Builder. That doesn't matter. I don't know why that would, be an issue. I'm just gonna take yours. I don't care. How do I do that? I'm trying to remember how I do that.
As Matt said, step sideways. It's not taking a step
Oh, he's
back.
still here?
You're just stepping sideways.
What's up, man?
Merge, keeping incoming
changes. Aren't you in Florida too? Right? Is he in Florida? I don't remember.
It's like 4 a.m. where he's at.
Yeah, it's so late over there.
I don't know.
3, right?
2 a.m.
It's definitely not 4 on the East Coast,
3.
but
Fail. You're like, you're wrong, Ludum.
Yeah, that was an exaggeration.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong.
I think he's in like Middle America.
I
don't remember.
I don't know where Maz is at.
Where you at, Maz?
He's right
like
there.
Massachusetts or
where he is.
Louisiana or Missouri or
Montana.
Those are Massachusetts or Louisiana.
Montana.
Those are not even kind of close.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing a range. North Carolina. All right, so like,
okay.
I was close to an extent.
I said Florida.
I gave a range. North Carolina was kind of in that range.
Nowhere near any of the places you said.
It's like midway to Massachusetts. Right?
I was kind of close. It's a state. That's good stuff.
All right. No, okay. Missouri's only 2 states away. Louisiana's only, 4 states away.
I was closer. I said Florida.
You did, yeah. That's 3 states away. See, so that's not as bad.
Massachusetts or Louisiana. What you doing?
All I knew is that he wasn't anywhere near us.
Hey, dogs are going crazy.
Oh
man.
It's not even pulling what you did. Maybe it is. It's taken a long time though. What the heck?
Yeah, why is that happening? You have an
I don't
error
know.
somewhere?
It's like really going slow.
That's odd.
Maybe we're having internet struggles because like this is not updating. But I mean, I'm streaming. I don't know.
Yeah, your stream's moving fine.
What?
By the way, Travis, you were asking a few minutes ago who was taking pictures. That's Camille. She's working on a little photo shoot. She made an arrangement or a couple arrangements and has been
Nice.
taking photos. She does that quite, I don't know, regularly.
Very cool. Very cool.
We've got a space now that we did our rearranging over these last few days. We now have like a dedicated space that works really well to set up for photo shoots.
Nice.
And she likes, for some reason, the audio on the shutter, so you can always hear it.
I don't know how to turn it off.
Oh.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data
You can
now to
tell when
determine
you
potential
actually, like,
threats.
Take a picture.
I have never done a
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal.
What is that?
Returning to condition status blue.
I gotta look that up. Hosted by Kenny and Kay Lewisberg. Create a game using only game assets made by them.
I've only ever participated in one game jam, to be honest, in my entire life.
What?
I'm relatively new at this whole thing in the grand scheme of things, and I've only done one game jam, and it was I created Dads. And so now I've been working on trying to make that like a marketable release, full release game. Instead of, I've got enough projects without tying myself up in another game jam.
That's fun. They provide the assets, and you just make a game using their stuff.
That's cool.
That's
Unity just did that too. They did a tanks jam where you had to take the assets from their tanks game, their and use as many of them as possible and create your own game from it. So it's kind of interesting.
That's pretty cool.
Same kind of concept. This thing is still updating. It doesn't make any sense. How can it still be trying to pull these changes that you just pushed? Like, this is ridiculous. I would say, like, if I I feel like right now, if I just say, I just want to start over, Camille would be like, do it. She's been like, I don't know. She's like a fan of that approach.
I am too.
Yeah.
If
I think
it's
I'm not
not,
gonna lie.
I
It sounds like
agree
a really
with
good
it,
idea. Yeah, it sounds like a really good idea because
I don't know.
you said earlier you could just copy paste certain things you need from the
Yeah,
old
I mean,
project.
it wouldn't be starting over from scratch for sure. We don't want to do that, and we don't need to do that. But creating a fresh project with just the assets we know we need and leave all this. Well, there's a bunch of stuff in here that I know we don't need. I mean, I could just go through and try to clean it up and all that, but I just feel like building some of these scenes a little bit differently in terms of creating more of a modular structure and we need to create like a scene manager. And I really want to change up the way these players are configured so that the balls work so much better and are easier to do stuff with. Because right now I feel like they're kind of janky spaghetti assembly. I don't know.
Trust,
Might.
trust
I'm
your
not
heart,
gonna.
man. If your heart
Yeah.
tells you it'd be better to start from scratch with what we have. Obviously, it's not from scratch, but I say go for it, man.
Well,
Don't ignore those feelings.
I'm gonna take your
Do it.
advice. I'm gonna take your
Sleep on it.
advice. I'm gonna sleep on it. You know. So.
Or
Yeah.
maybe if you can count the number of times you've became frustrated versus I don't know, the number of times you became frustrated, and then the length of time you spent on trying to fix certain things versus, oh, if I just started from scratch or started a new project. I don't know.
I think that's kind of unfair because I feel
Have a
like
good
being a
one,
game
Maz.
developer, if you're not being
Hi,
frustrated,
Maz.
you're not doing it right. Maz, you have a good one, sir. Thanks for hanging out,
Got to
man.
run.
If you're not frustrated,
Thanks.
you're
We
not doing it
appreciate you,
right.
sir.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that's game development, man. Like
Kenny Jam. I
it's an
don't know the Kenny
artistic form
Jam.
with like game
Ooh.
development is
It's
a
cool.
mixture of all art forms in one. How can you
Right.
not be frustrated all the time? You know, like if you're not frustrated with what you're doing, you're not doing it right. If there's a little bit, like, no matter what, like if there's not a sense of doubt with what you're doing, I feel like there's something wrong. You know, like I imagine even the biggest AAA companies have a sense of doubt, but they have to continue
An
forward
anomaly
and be
has
like,
been
well,
detected within range
money's
of our
involved and
scanners.
time's involved and
Collecting
all that
data
stuff.
now to
So
determine
we make it the
potential
best we can.
threats.
That doesn't mean they're not frustrated with what they have. Obviously, everything can be better. You know, it's an art.
Assessment of
It's
potential
art,
threat
right?
complete.
An
Danger is
artist's
minimal.
job is never
Returning
complete.
to condition status blue.
I think that is just a rule of the universe. An artist's job is never complete. So, yeah, you know, that's unfair to say like, oh, count how many times you were frustrated during this project. Well, that's like every fucking time that it's every Friday for the last 12 weeks that we're
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
But that's the fun of it, you know, and I think that's what makes game
True.
development so
Yeah.
difficult. And all these game developers like, I want to be a game developer, and then they'll get in it, and like a year later, they're like, fuck this sucks, you know. But then there are those people who embrace and they're like, I fucking love the challenge. Like this is great, you know, the creative element, you know, fixing bugs and finding bugs and just solving problems and stuff. Because that's all game development is. It's solving problems, whether it be programming or art. How do I make this art? How do I make this 3D model better? How do I optimize it? How do I make this functionality work? This button's not working. Why is this button not working? It's problem solving. That's all it is, right? With a
Yep.
mixture of design and pacing. That's all game development is. And I'm sure same with you, Travis. Like you're a musician. Like that's all problem solving too. Which notes work together and harmonize and shit
True.
too, right?
Yeah.
That's all problem solving. That's a frustrating element on its own, I imagine. You know, but we all build our tolerances
I
to
guess.
frustration.
It can be.
You know, it's all
Sometimes
tolerance
it's just
building. So
exploring.
it's like,
yeah.
right, and that's the fun of it, the adventure of the frustration. Like, oh, I get to adventure and try new things and stuff. Art.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely it can go in all sorts of directions.
Right?
Yeah.
That makes it so good.
Okay. You guys want to take a listen to what I have so far?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let me see if I could play through my computer audio. So I think I need to change how I'm sharing my screen. So just stand by for a second, you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is odd. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play audio. Hopefully it's not too loud. Tell me if it's too loud. Can you hear that?
Nope.
No, you can't.
No.
Oh.
No.
Wait, did I not do something right? Let's see, let's try it again.
Let me check on my end and make sure. All right, is it through your screen share?
It's a entire screen. Oh, also share system audio. I gotta check that.
Ah.
Okay. Okay, let's try again.
I'm just not sure.
Okay, tell me if it's too loud, or tell me if you can hear it.
Well, we can't hear it.
Good?
We can't hear it at all.
Nope.
Or at
No?
least I
Can't
can't. No.
System audio.
I'm gonna have to check. Let me check on my end and see if I even have any audio input from that. Let's see, screen share.
Because it says share your screen.
It wouldn't be this.
Entire screen. Also share system audio.
Okay.
Checking. On the window. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead.
Cast mic. Zoom.
A tab. Window. Screen. Screen 1. Screen 2. Maybe I'll try 2.
Share screen. Screen share.
Okay, see, let me know if you can hear it.
I don't hear. I don't hear anything.
Ow.
Yeah, don't hear anything.
But I'm still trying to locate on my OBS where it's coming in so I can even check settings to see if there is any audio. There's that, but where's the guest
I guess
screen share?
I could take off my headphones and turn on my speakers, and then my microphone will pick it up. You want me to do that?
You can.
Sure.
It's only midnight. My brother is sleeping.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe
okay.
that's not
Wake
a good
up.
idea. Wow.
Oh my gosh, Ludo. Just kidding.
Wow.
Okay. You might get feedback or something. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And me.
You, yeah.
And yourself. Okay, so I'll play it. Can you hear?
There we go.
Yeah.
Is it quiet?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll turn it up.
It's kind of low, but I can hear it.
Kind of low? Okay.
But we can hear it.
Okay. And Frumples.
Yep.
That's all I have for now.
I love the frumples at the very end with the final note. That that was awesome though.
Thank you.
Yes, very good, very good. I think it's so hard to hear with. I can hear me so bad.
Oh, okay. Let me switch over to headphones.
Okay, all right. I'll let him get situated, and then
Okay, is that better?
yeah. Oh yeah, much better. It's hard to hear
So
yourself
weird.
think when you hear yourself like a second later.
Isn't it? Don't you like that though? I'm just kidding.
But no, I love it. It sounds like you have very definite, distinct sections, you know, where it changes, you get a change in mood, a change in vibe, but yet it's all still consistent and, you know, connected. You know, I think it's really well done.
Thank you. Thanks. And then based on the
Absolutely agreed.
Thank you, Lito. And then based on the video game, once things kind of like when we get an idea, like a better idea, if it's like 1 minute here, 30 seconds here for this thing, then I could tweak those parts a little bit longer, shorter, kind of sync it up to a picture.
Yeah,
Scoring,
I think
scoring to picture.
yeah, we should be able to do that somewhat, but I do think that if we can make it where, like what Ludum was saying, I think would be helpful to where if we can just sort of transition in the program between two different pieces, because it's not going to be the same every time. Like sometimes that bowl, for example, that little bowl thing, sometimes it might be over in 15 seconds and sometimes maybe it'll take 2 minutes. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty big range. It probably won't be quite that big of a range, but it could be theoretically.
What determines when it opens?
The number of shields that are hit.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it was like 30, I don't know, 30 seconds or something.
No, it's not a time. It's based on how many total hits there are before it opens. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I could.
Like after hearing all of that, like one, fantastic, great job.
Thanks.
But as Vale was saying, it's like it's very consistent in like the key and just what it is, right? Taking like the first part, and if you were to make that like loopable, right, and then like when the tone changes and maybe goes a little softer, make that part loopable, and then the part where like it amps up and it's more energetic, make that part loopable, you know. And if you were to just take every section and make each part its own individual file and loopable, that would allow us to take each part and then place it where we need it to be with like a trigger, like after each area, and then we can fade one audio out while the other one fades in, so we can blend them in individually. That way the timing works with the player movement, and it allows us to blend them individually. And because they're so consistent, it works great just throughout the entire level, you know. And then like that I imagine like that slower, like lower vibe, like if that was like a moat type of thing where it's like, okay, you know, they're like cruising on water or something, or where it wasn't so like fast paced or something of that sort, like that would probably work. But we, as Vale said, we don't have the timing of that because it's out of our control. So being able to separate those into separate files and allowing us to control each individual element as a loopable piece would probably be the best way to control that. But keeping it consistent,
definitely,
overall as a theme, like musically, you nailed it, 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I can definitely take the parts where it could loop and then maybe certain parts where it's like more transitional, maybe like when a certain point in the game is triggered, then that audio file could um, fade in, and then yeah, like what you're saying.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Absolutely.
I
Like
think it would be
I
great.
can hear like 5, 6, 7 different like
Yeah.
music files in that section, in that entire piece that we could utilize. And by the way, that snare with the crash, that like, oh, love that.
Thank you.
I liked
Love that
the
so much.
yeah. There was a lot of good stuff in there, but yeah, I liked the where it went to like a harp, and then I think you had like an oboe in there.
Oh, the harp was beautiful.
Yeah, it was really cool. There was lots of good moments.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Yeah, a
appreciate
lot
it.
of good pieces.
I don't know if the
Another thing
harp
to think about is
could
like
play that.
if you wanted to take if you wanted to take certain instrument pieces and keep those, because it's, I mean, I understand that like musical parts are um written for specific parts, but to be able to take specific instruments and apply them to specific parts would be kind of neat. That might be a little more difficult when it comes to timing. Um,
Um,
but
yeah,
like,
definitely.
I don't know,
Like,
something to think about.
yeah, definitely. Each section is like a song within itself, a piece of music within itself, and I could probably take like certain parts of it and turn it into something like towards the end here. That could be like the boss fight or something, or it could be reused and then maybe arranged differently.
There's a lot of
Yeah, a lot
good
of little
stuff there to
things.
work with, though,
Thanks.
for sure. And hearing all that, or like kind of like as I was listening to that, I'm like picturing gameplay and picturing just like how things could flow, like like when you play a game, you feel it, right?
Mhm.
Because the music is what drives that emotional value in games. If you play a game with no music, there's no emotional value to it for the most part. Music is what drives that mostly. Obviously,
Mhm.
gameplay itself is its own thing, but music is that. I want to say music is like 70 to 80% of what gameplay derives from when it comes to an emotional attachment value. So as I'm listening to that, I'm trying to think of like how we could utilize gameplay and pacing with it. And it's like, okay, all right. Like after everything we've been through the last 3 weeks with having this dark vibe being seen and it doesn't vibe with it, and then now it's like that like points out like the direction we need to go in, which helps a lot because it's like, at least for me, it's like I have to see that kind of thing first. It's like, okay, obviously the visual element we're going in doesn't fit the music, so we need to, as the artist, we have to pivot and be like, we'll play the pivot scene if you don't mind. You pivot into something that fits it, and you're like, okay, now we have even better direction of what we want to do, gameplay and environment wise. And I think that helped a lot just watching and listening the last 2 weeks. um and I think last week for me, not actually being like working on the game, but just hanging out with you guys and watching what you guys are doing, listening to what you are making, actually kind of helped me artistically in a sense. Just seeing how the lighting didn't work, the fog didn't work, the dark vibe didn't work, it didn't match the music, what I had put together just didn't work. Cool, now I have a better idea of what direction to go in, and I think that's great.
Mhm.
So great job.
Thank you.
Pivot. I guess in my sense, it's like when we're talking about Vale taking a step back and starting a new project. It's like last week was my step backwards, in a sense, and having to pivot in a different
An
direction
anomaly
as
has been
well. So
detected
it's
within
like,
range of
okay,
our
that's cool.
scanners. Collecting
Those
data
moments are
now to
necessary.
determine potential
100%.
threats.
You know,
Life form detected.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Someone here? There's a-
Are you still updating the project?
It is still updating, and so I was starting to get frustrated. So now I'm installing the newest Unity version that just came out a couple days ago.
Why? Just cancel that. Like, what the hell?
I know, right? Like, I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. It's just bugging me. For sure.
I'll be right back. Oh, perfect timing. There's an ad playing.
Oh, man. Where'd my YouTube thing go? I hope I didn't miss anybody trying to chat. Nope. We've had like 9 people pop in on the YouTube side, but only one person out of those 9 stayed for more than a minute. And it was probably looks like maybe somewhere around, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Well, hopefully they enjoyed what it was and they'll be back next week.
Yeah. There you go.
At least they know you exist now.
Yeah. Who?
Oh, man. All right. Neither of these things are happening very well. Still waiting for the update on the project from your push. My goodness.
Weird.
That's a lot of racket for considering that his brother's asleep.
Right? Wake his ass up.
Right? Guess you don't have to worry about that music. Kevin woke him up.
Right.
But yeah, this download install of the new Unity doesn't seem to be plugging away very well either. But I don't know. Whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Whew. All right. He's back. He's back.
Okay, what did I miss?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Really.
I'm gonna save. And then I'm gonna save as.
Surveyor.
Dragon. Let's do a dragon.
Dun 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 dun. It's good. It's catchy. I love medieval music and all that style. So it's like, yeah, I can get down with that.
Did you see what I did?
What's that?
Or undo.
Did you delete everything?
Yeah. I mean, technically it's not deleted, but I deleted it. Okay, so I created a new session, so I saved the previous one and I'm starting a new one.
Oh my. That sounds crazy. Why would you start a new project? Like
Only crazy people do that kind of thing.
I'm literally installing the new Unity right now so I can open a new project.
Nice. You're just hanging out.
I'm like,
I guess that means I need to do the same thing, huh?
no. You know, I don't know. All right, let's see. I don't even know why
Is
these
it
are off.
6.2? What is it?
It's 6.1.7. They're in alpha.
Gotcha.
I think alpha release right now on 6.2.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Guess I better start installing that as well. 6000.1.7 F1.
Yep.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal.
I guess
Returning to
that's right.
condition
I
status
forgot you
blue.
have to have it on your end too in order. Yeah, forgot about that. Oops. I'm just used to going
Teamwork
about
makes the dream work, bud.
Mine, it doesn't even feel like it's done anything. It feels like it's been installing for ages without any progress. So I don't know.
Do you have enough space on your hard drive?
Oh, yeah. I've never had any issue of even coming anywhere close to my hard drive space. Like, I don't know. I've got some ridiculous amount that, you know, I'm sure one day it'll be an issue, but let's see. What do I got? Settings. What do you look at? I don't know. System, storage. It's like a 2 terabyte drive.
Nice.
Wow.
Lots of space.
Yeah. And so I mean, and I've got tons on here. I've got all kinds of like videos. I've got like all my streams recorded. Um, you know, like that's a lot. That's a lot. And yet, I don't know. Like it's taking a long time just for it to figure out. Uh-oh. Now I'm bogging down my system. I got to turn that off. I got a warning from YouTube saying, "Oh, we're not receiving enough video strength for smooth streaming." I'm breaking it.
Uh-oh.
Breaking my stream. You know, I did hear that failure to maintain a stream is a sign of getting old.
What the hell?
Oh, come on, that was good. Oh my gosh, that was so good.
Wow.
That's
wow, dude. That is a fantastic one, but what the hell?
That's one of my
Wow.
better ones. I got to remember that long enough to be able to tell Camille when I get off. Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
You just come up with that on the spot?
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Where are we at with this Unity install? Oh, install complete. Hey, that's a great news. All right. So now we can go to projects, new project.
Something's acting weird on my end. I'm going to leave for a second.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm going to have to reset that thing when he gets back in. All right.
Okay, I'm
so.
back.
All right. Let me
wow, that was quick.
Fix this.
Yeah.
Thing.
I'm getting feedback.
There we go.
That's weird.
All right. We want high definition 3D.
Here we go.
So I'm going to do that one. HD 3D, HDRP. Project name. We're going to call this Royal RumBALL.
Man, what is going on? I like messed up something.
Use version control. Create project. Oh boy. I'm just glutton for punishment.
No, you're just a game developer. Which is basically the same thing.
All right. Right.
Anyone who argues me with that, I will fight you.
So yeah, we were talking about the Unity versions like a few minutes ago, and the way they do it now, once they switch to 6.0, it's what they do is they now have a team that's dedicated to making sure that they're only releasing stable elements and upgrades, and they release every week. So whatever's gone through testing and verification and everything gets added into the next week's um, you know, upgrade, which I like and I don't like.
Really?
I like the fact that when something's ready, they put it out. They don't wait until they've got a list of 100 things and then release a new version. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah.
so as soon as they have a tool that they've added that works well, it's tested, it's true, that they know it's stable, then they go ahead and they add it in. And I like that. What I don't like, what I really wish Unity would do, is that you have to go to their site, grab the newest, install it, and then you have to update your project. And I wish there was a way, like
Yeah.
within the Unity hub, to just basically, on a button click, just, hey, I'm already on 6.1.6. Just, update this to the one that just came out, 6.1.7. Boom,
Right.
instead of having to go through so much, like currently I have something like 7 different versions of Unity installed on my computer. And in order to clean that up, I have to go back and open up all the projects that are on the oldest version of Unity and upgrade all those projects. Then I can uninstall the one that I don't need anymore. And then I'd have to do that for the next everything using the next version, and so on and so on. And that's there should just be a better way to upgrade your projects, something a little more seamless.
Okay, I'm
In
back.
my,
Did I miss
Agreed.
anything?
um,
Unreal's
yes,
the same way. It's painful.
yeah.
What did I miss?
You missed the discussion about how we were going to split the $1 million that we were offered.
Oh, nice. Nice. Okay.
You're just all like, oh, okay. And we decided, since you were
Cool.
gone away from your camera, that you got $1.
Oh, wow, that's a shame.
Congratulations.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
We're obviously I'm making that up entirely. So
of course. Of course.
I don't want you leaving thinking that any of that is true.
Oh, I wouldn't.
None of the above.
Of course not.
Man, this is taking a while to install. As long as the stream is still working, I guess. That's somewhat impressive that I've got a stream going out. Basically, I'm streaming twice because even though it's the same stream, it builds the feed twice. So I've got the stream going to Twitch, the stream going to YouTube. I've got the Unity project open. I've got a new Unity project being installed. And then that's with, everything that I've got running. I've got another Unity project running, which is the ship environment. I've got 3 different browsers up and running right now. I've got OBS running, StreamerBot, Discord, Slack.
How much RAM do you have?
Sounds like a lot. Oh my gosh, yeah.
I got all kinds of stuff going on. It's ridiculous. That is a good question. I'm going to look at my settings, and now that's going to slow down my system, and it's going to impact my stream. I hope not. Let's see.
Yep.
Let's see. How do you find out? Power, storage,
DX diag.
multitasking.
Go to run menu, DX diag.
DX Diag?
DXDIAG
Mm-hmm.
in your run menu.
DX DIAG?
AG. Yeah, like diagnose.
No, it's never heard of that.
What?
I don't know what
You've
you're
never
talking.
heard of that?
No. Let me try it over here. DX DIAG. Do you want to check if your drivers are digitally signed? I don't know.
Yeah, you can hit no. You don't have to do that.
No.
And then
An anomaly has been
and then
detected
on that
within
first
range
page
of our
under system,
scanners.
it shows
Collecting
you your
data now
memory,
to determine potential
your operating
threats.
system, your motherboard model,